We'll get back. All right, everybody. We are jumping right back in with our second session of Signing Day Central and our live show. And we're not going to mess around. I am joined by University of Kentucky's head coach, Craig Skinner. Coach, thanks for taking time with me and right off the practice court.
Right off of practice court, absolutely. It was a good day, and our SEC champion baseball coach joined us and watched practice and shared some wisdom with us after. So it was a cool day.
Good. Well, I know you have places to go, so let's jump right into it. I described this class as the perfect Craig Skinner recruiting class. Well, I mean, come on. I mean, nobody's going to give you any credit, so I'm just going to make fun of it. But it's talented and underrated. So that's a backhanded compliment to you, my friend. But let's start with Bellamy Boyce and out of Idaho, and ultimate competitor, plays all the way around, can pass the ball, but ultimate game face, but don't mess with her during a competition. So go ahead and talk to us about Bellamy.
Yeah, I mean, Belle, she came to camp a few years ago and just an elite athlete and, like you said, a resilient competitor. I mean, she's never satisfied, never happy with where her game is. She wants to always, continue to get better. And so you match talent with that type of desire. It's, you get a lot. You get a whole package of an athlete and player that can impact your program. So, she's a diehard volleyball player and loves it.
Yeah, I have been giving her compliments for years, and some people higher up in the volleyball world have not, and she did really well at an Under Armour camp, and I said, I guess she's not that talented. And then she replied and said, not that talented, huh? And I'm like, no, Bellamy. It was sarcasm. I'm on your side because I didn't want her to punch me in the face. Yeah. She is locked in all the time. And what is it about her offensive game? Because she maybe is slightly undersized, but what is it about her offensive game? Because she is effective.
Yeah, I mean, height doesn't matter. How high you play the game matters. And, she plays the game high, and it's funny. People say she's undersized. I went to a practice and she literally took 2 steps, reached up and grabbed the rim, and that's not easy to do off just a standing jump. And so her ability to hit the ball hard, her ability with range to hit line, to hit cross, her resiliency to, look past what just happened. I mean, the greatest competitors move on to what's next, regardless of what's in the past. And Belle does a great job of that.
Tell me about the Sailors girl that I think you really like, and her work ethic from A5.
Well, Grayson really started playing high-level volleyball, I believe her sophomore year. I mean, she played at a smaller club her freshman year, and when she jumped to A5 was a whole different category of competitive volleyball, and she has never stopped improving. She's got a great arm. She, is a huge block. And, her ceiling is miles away in terms of where her game is going to be by the time she finishes college. And from the beginning, she loved Kentucky and I, I've always said, people rankings and classes and this and that. And, I think it's important that you don't necessarily recruit what you want, you recruit who you are. And, I think that Grayson is who Kentucky is. And, I can say that for pretty much every person in this class. And they're the ultimate Craig Skinner class. So they play whatever that is, Darren, I'll take
it. Coach, it is like they're all not talked about enough. You're like the greatest team that nobody talks about, except now I'm a little scared because everybody's talking about you too much. So I'm a little worried, but I mean, you're and
You
now
don't let outside noise get inside the boat.
well, you're the one jumping off high dives. So I mean, you're okay. So let's talk about my libero.
Sydney Burley.
Sid.
Another kid that just loves volleyball, and from the beginning she wanted to go south, and you know, I think, you know, she fits who we are, and you know, it's amazing. You know, she's always been good, and you know, makes plays constantly out of the corner of your eye. You see some player make this amazing play a quarter or two down, you look over and it's Burley again, you know, making that play. And you know, she came to camp last summer, and just some of the range that she has to make plays. I think she in the last year she's really started to realize how good she is, and I think she always wanted to be good. I think she's realizing now how good she is, and so that confidence is really starting to materialize in her athleticism and game.
And you did a good job with like those slash player outside DSs where she's truly a bro. What do you see in her or like in her that you've liked for a while? What did you like in her originally?
Well, you know, I think she actually did play outside hitter, I believe. I can't remember if it was till 13s, maybe. I'm not sure, but you know, I joke around with Trinity Ward on her team now. She was region player of the year as an outside hitter. So I mean, you gravitate towards ballers, and Sydney's a baller, and you know, she's got a great sweet spot on her platform. And you know, I think that in that position, you have to have kids that just absolutely cannot wait to get in the gym every single day. And you know, that is Sydney to a T, and you know, on top of, you know, such a great athlete. So I think you're just, you know, getting the combination. Tuzzo still is like a bundle of joy every day in the gym. And you know, she's been playing for a long time, and it's November, and you know, it's a grind in your season, and it's tough, but you know, you need to have people playing with joy, and Sydney is like that as well.
And then I don't know, I've called her the ultimate high ceiling in the class. One, because she's maybe touching it herself, but Bria. Oh, and I guess we asked him a tough one, but Coach, come back. But we're talking about Bria Bro from Metro, and we'll ask Coach if he can get back on here. What he saw in the recruiting story with her and getting her late. Hold on, I think we get him back.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, that's all right. But talking about Bria Bro and the ultimate high ceiling and getting her late, but I've just seen the improvement and just her physical development in the past year. But that girl, we're going to talk with her later, but sky's the limit, I would think, for her.
Yeah, so she's an exciting athlete. I mean, everyone that's watched her realizes the excitement you see in the athleticism, and she realizes that. But also another player that, you know, has come to camp the last 2 years and it's never satisfied. I mean, just always wants to do something a little extra after practice or in the gym after camp, and you know, just kind of what more can I soak up as a person, as a player, you know, because she's worked tremendously hard on her arm swing over the last year. She's worked tremendously hard on her block timing. I mean, at nationals last year, the blocks that she was making as her team made that run were game changing. And, you know, she just has that unique ability as an athlete, first of all, but then to be able to apply the athleticism to the game, because you can be 3 feet above the net, but people still hit underneath your armpits. And so how do I make an impact on the game at this height above the net where most people can't play? And, you know, so yeah, it's as good as she is, it's a ball of clay to continue to make into something special.
And I guess when I talk about this, and I look at each one of them, and in a way, it's a little bit of the commonality of having a chip on their shoulder in a little bit of a way, right? And Bellamy, I've talked with her, and she plays with that chip, whether it's because everybody says she's undersized or she never got, comes from a smaller area. And, I always asked with Sydney, why was she not mentioned with number 1 and 2? And why didn't she get invited to a certain event until the very, I asked several people, right? And she wondered that and kind of plays with that. And, I wondered that because I thought she was very, very good. And then Raya, right? Like was the backup on her team, and so all of them playing that way. So this class, and Sailors, I guess I didn't know as well, but I look at that team, they all have that group, collectively have that attitude together. So as they come in, I'm like, what a perfect group together that they fit together and they all just kind of fit together.
Yeah, as you're saying that, I mean, I try and be, and I want our players to be people of substance, that, there's flash, and flash is fleeting, the material things are fleeting and substance is sustainable over the course of time. And we have athletes that can sustain their love and passion and work ethic and all that over the course of time. And so this isn't for everybody, and every program isn't for everybody, but that's why you want to try and recruit who you are. And these players are, want to prove themselves. I mean, I was a 6'1" outside hitter and I playing against 6'5" guys. And, I thought I was better than them. And my perception was whacked, at the time.
Yeah.
But so I gravitate towards people and players like that. And, I want our staff to be a little bit like that. And, because I think substance, again, it lasts the test of time. And, we haven't even talked about Prihoda yet, Caroline Prihoda. I mean, DS setter. And, she is all of that and then some. I mean, immediately makes people better around her. I mean, what saw her at camp and I'm at, and I'm like, wait, Amy, who is this right here? And told me the story about her, and she's backup setter on her club team. And yet every drill in that camp, she made the people around her better. And I think this class typifies that. And she is all in all the time, whether she's playing DS or, the setting.
Yeah. And it just, I think it goes to, because a couple of years ago, I remember seeing this skinny little feisty redhead on this team who was just full of piss and vinegar and didn't get talked about near as much as about 4 other big names in a class. And everybody was better. Everybody was better. Everybody was better, but there was just something about her. And now she's doing a pretty good job in Lexington, right?
Are you referring to Cassie O'Brien?
Nobody listened to me. Nobody listened. Right?
Okay.
Hey,
you have to do your job and you have to do it, for the masses. And, we have to do our job for who Kentucky players are. And Cassie's a great player and she's proving it. And, but that, she's another one that literally has no recollection. She has a long memory in terms of what she needs to work on and improve and the things that she takes with her after practice or matches. But she has zero memory in how it will affect, how the last play is going to affect the next play. And that's unique as a freshman. And so, when she came to camp, you could see just her determination to be really good right now. And regardless of what happened the last 5 points. And, that's really hard. I mean, people want to prove them, show their abilities every single point. If they don't show their ability, they feel bad for themselves or whatever. And it's like, it's over. You got to move on. And, your toughness and resiliency is the reason why you're ready to perform the next point. And, Cassie's that way.
Yeah, but it takes something special, but she showed that. And that I don't cheer for people like that unless they're made up that way as a person. And that's why I liked her. I got to know her as a person first. You also know that I don't know a damn thing about the volleyball part, so I
won't ask any tough questions.
I probably liked her off the court a lot more than I liked her on. So that is. Now, let me ask you, are you getting more, because the attention is there more nationally with the brand and with the team this year, which is great, and Brooklyn and some more national names. Do you sense that a little bit more, or are you guys just so locked in on the mission?
I don't know, to be honest with Dan. I spend so little time on worrying about what others' perception of it is of us, and I'm not oblivious to the fact that we're competing for an SEC championship, what our record is and what our rankings are and all of that. But it's like if I ask my players to not spend energy on what's happening off the court, when you come in the gym or in between the lines, how can I, to be your best, you have to be here, present, and not worried about that stuff. And for me to be my best, our staff to be their best, you get consumed in the press clippings, they consume you. And then it's over. But yeah, I mean, we are getting attention. The local media is spending more time with us, and we obviously had a sold out crowd the other day, and so you can feel and sense that I think that they really enjoy watching this team play. The way we talk about the way we play a lot, and it's a brand of volleyball that I want people in the stands to want to come and join us, and it's that 6-year-old aspiring volleyball player to watch us and go, man, I want to do that someday.
I'm happy for Molly. I obviously interviewed her after her freshman year that summer, and I always thought she was really good. I was probably blue bias, as I do sometimes, but as I've interviewed some young bros around the country, I hear her name mentioned more, that the barrels out there are watching her, noticing her talent. That's good to see.
Yeah, I mean, she's elite. She had an opportunity with USA Volleyball this summer, and she's going to get plenty of opportunities if she wants when she's done playing in college. And a lot of people, when they come watch us play, one of the first names they bring up is Molly Tuzzo, because spectacular athleticism, but also the enthusiasm that she plays with. I mean, she just, it's like, oh my, she's looking like he's having so much fun. And, but she produces every single match. She produces something, and her dig, I hate it when people compare the best liberos, the ones that have the most digs. It's like, no, that's not true, because if they're on an elite team, elite teams kill the ball more, so there's less chance to dig the ball, so Tuzzo impacts the game every point with the way she plays.
Yeah. Well, I know you need to get going. I appreciate it. Tell whoever's running the media account, I believe the whole class will be on. Bria was organizing that, but he was going to round up the crew.
Awesome.
And they're going to be on here later for everybody, but I appreciate you. And as always, I appreciate your time. Keep having fun. And I don't want to, I'm going to get a media pass, but that's the only way I'm talking to you in Kansas City. You got it?
Okay. I got it. And tell the future Cats I said what's up and can't wait to coach them.
All right. Also, you're not 40. So listen, we'll get people in the stands. Just stay off the dang high dives. All right.
Stay tuned, Darren. Stay tuned.
All right, buddy. Coach Skinner, Kentucky Bobcats.
Take care, guys.
Take care. All right. As coach, and they are having fun. Hey, gimmicks, whatever, gets people in the stands. They sold out. Most people in 20-some years at a Kentucky match on Sunday, and they are having fun. In this class, it does resemble him in a lot of ways, and it's a Kentucky class for sure. And that's how we start off tonight's show. And as everybody keeps trickling in, We have quite a few guests. We have an interview with Coach Sam Erger of SMU coming up. We have some Kentucky commits coming. We have a couple Ducks. We got a USC Trojan. A lot on the docket tonight, and we got a volleyball nerd joining us before too long. And my main man Zach is back in the house to run things on the production end, so he will help on that end. So things will run much more smoothly tonight. And we thank everybody as join back in. Again, if you want to ask specific questions about your team, you can sure do that. And while we have a little bit of time, I guess I will run through a couple of questions and just some stats that we have here. We didn't get to earlier today, and while we have it, I will go through. I did the best job that I can. Let me go through and didn't size her quite right as I hustled to get this in, but see if I can do this. These are some of our conference rankings, and Zach, if you would you just retype these and we can bottom scroll these later on, but as we go through. So these are individual. You can also find these on vbadrenaline.com for everybody. They come with your subscription, and they also, the overall class rankings are on the website for everybody to view. We'll go through how we rank them because they're a little bit different. So with our rankings, and we'll try and go through this a couple of times, but with our rankings, again, everything goes off of our PPV scores. So every athlete gets a PPV player prospect value and prospect power value. And when that is entered, we don't even see it. But when they commit, then that goes under their team commit. And we take the average of the team's commits, okay, right or wrong. And I know everybody likes to complain about rankings. And so honestly, we took the first year and we asked coaches, hey, what do you think would be the best way to come up with team rankings? And coaches like to complain about how websites and such do rankings. So we went right to the usual suspects that would be in the top 25 and asked them, how would you do rankings? And I'm going to tell you, I don't think we got the same answer twice. So they don't even know the best way to do rankings. So I think it's hard for them to argue how you do a ranking if they can't even agree. But what we came up with as the most universal way and fair way, and again, all we were trying to do was take out as much human bias as possible, was the average of a team's commits PPV scores. Now, it's hard to have a recruiting class if you only have one commit. So, for example, there are a couple teams, if you go look on our page, that only have one commit. They don't qualify because that's not a class, that's a recruit, not a recruiting class. So if you have one commit, you're not in the rankings. If you have two commits, okay, for example, Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt has two very good commits. You get a 10% deduction off your average, okay? Because yes, you have more than one, you have two, but it's still not a full class. So that was our way. That is what we came up with for teams that do exactly what a Vanderbilt has. They have two good commits, but still very easy to sway that, and it does sway the data just a little bit, and it can skew the number a bit. Like, for example, Pitt's class in 2027, easier to score a much higher class, even though it's not the highest recruiting class. So that's how we do it. You get a 10% deduction if you only have two recruits in a class. After that, three or more, it's straight the average of your commits PPV scores. Okay. And so that's how we do ours. Very transparent. We don't even know. And our rankings change continuously. Anytime a commit or an athlete's PPV scores change, which they change often, then if you're committed, your team's PPV or your team's ranking could change. So they're changing all the time. I think there was one time this summer, Nebraska and Penn State flipped 3 times in a weekend during, it might've been nationals, where they flipped 3 times in a weekend between number 1 and number 2 in the country, because they were that close, and we were evaluating some of the top players in the country. So right, wrong, indifferent, at least we're transparent with exactly how we do our rankings. Some of the other sites, I still don't know how they do it, but it takes away me simply saying, oh, I think SMU should bump up. I'm just going to bump them up. And that's how we do it. And we'll get back to that. So I'm going to hide the ACC rankings. And speaking of some of the top prospects in the country, we're going to bring in, I think, a couple teammates from that West Coast, and Lizzie and Ed, there they are.
Hello.
Ladies, how are you guys?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
We're good. We're good. We're on hour 4 now, so we're doing pretty good. The voice is good, but we're good. How's the weather in California?
It's a little gloomy out right
It's a
now.
little cold today, but normally really good.
So what's cold this time of year for California?
Maybe like
Let's see.
65.
Oh, yeah. Well, South Dakota beat you. We got up to 70 today, but we had 4 inches of snow on
Oh, wow.
Saturday. So I
Yeah,
know.
we just have like overcast weather.
Yeah.
It's not like rainy or snowy or anything.
No surfing today, right?
No surfing.
Unfortunately.
It's good. Well, thank you for Lizzie. Thank you for setting this up. That was nice. And now just think, you guys are going to be like big time, bitter rivals
Yeah, definitely.
soon. And you're going to have to, you won't be able to hang out anymore. You're going to have to
Nope.
hate each other. I know that's going to be good. But talk about, are you guys leaving, first of all, in January, or will you go?
Yeah, we're both going in January.
All right. So, well, just a few miles from home. You're not heading into real Big Ten country yet, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. So, what did your schools do for signing day?
We had it at 7:30 this morning, and there was 40 of us, including like all sports. And they just set up like a long, huge table, and we all met before, like all the athletes, and they called each and every person's name. They like the coach from your sport described you, and you walked up and took a picture with your coach, and then we all signed together as a group, and that was about it.
Yeah, it was super cool. It's like
Yeah.
a really good experience. Modern Day always does like a great job like
Yeah.
putting it on. It's like very professional and like feels like very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys have Mater Dei is one of those schools, but let me ask, has it gotten bigger for volleyball the last few years, or has volleyball always done a great job at Mater Dei?
I mean, volleyball for like the program has always been very like dominant at Mater Dei, like in the time that I've known it and like in the past, but like specifically for like commits and signing day.
Yeah.
I feel like in the past we've always had a very good size like of signees or like D1 signs for volleyball. I think this year was one of our biggest class. We
Yeah.
had like what was
That's
it
what
like
Odette said.
six or seven,
Yeah.
something like that. Like we had a huge amount
Yeah.
of volleyball signs this year, but like we normally have quite a few commits. This year was like bigger than normal.
Oh yeah, I saw you in Vegas, and I went through, and I was like, I couldn't fit you all on an X post because there were so many. So I know your roster was was loaded. But how about like on a day like today? Has the school always done a very good job recognizing volleyball, or has that gotten bigger? Or did you guys really pay attention when you were young?
I would say for signing day, it's not really like individualized for each sport. It's more just recognizing like everyone as a collective, like, oh, like congratulations on signing. This is like a huge achievement. It's like every sport, like there's like you get separated by like, oh, baseball will go first, and then it's gymnastics, and then it's swim, and then it's water polo, and then it's volleyball. Like we separate it by sport, like when they call our names out, but it's not really like putting a big emphasis on like specifically each sport.
Yeah, but I don't know how it was in the past. Obviously, because I'm new here to Mater Dei, it's my first year. But definitely, I feel like for games and stuff, they make like football. They'll post it. They'll put like posters, like things like that, and like do raffles to come to the game. They make it like a big deal to come to
Yeah.
our game, much as like anyone else's game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to a coach today, and I couldn't remember the athlete. But this is my third year doing this now, the live show, and just simply because I was like, volleyball needs this, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
football.
Yeah.
I mean, football's done it for
Definitely.
years. Yeah, and eventually, like some TV network will do this and do it. We'll do it right, but I used to have a sick day every year. We would do the February one. I would just take a sick day and watch like hours of ESPN or CBS Sports Network's football one.
Yeah.
And that's my dream is like volleyball will
Make it
have that.
volleyball. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I was talking about the first year I did this, I started calling or messaging some of the commits and being like, hey, can I interview you on signing day? And they're like, what? I'm like, well, when you sign, like, when are you signing? And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, can I call your club coach? And they're like, oh, we don't do anything. Or I'm like, well, what about the high school? And they're like, well, let me call the high school. And their athletic director was like, oh no, we'll do a ceremony in like 2 weeks when the football team does it, but we don't do anything for volleyball. And it was, every school was different. And now to see like Bellamy Boys tonight, their club, a lot of different clubs are doing things all together.
Mhm.
And to see so many like clubs and high schools doing big events, even in a couple years, like a couple years later, is so awesome.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
It's a big improvement for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to see now, you guys will be, when you guys are like sophomores and juniors, it'll just blow up big time. You'll be like, oh, we got
Look at
some
this, yeah.
dumb, we didn't get anything, but yeah, it's fun. Now, talk about going in January and making that switch. Are you guys, I mean, have you thought about that at all in like a month being
You want to?
Yeah, sure.
college?
I mean, it's definitely like hit me like the past like few weeks. We've had like senior night and like signing day and like stuff like that. It's like starting to hit me that like, wow, I'm leaving for college in like a month and a half or something. And like I'm never gonna live in my own house again. But it's also something like it's very sad and it's like, wow, I'm like not gonna have this my life like or like how it was. But it's also really exciting to like have something new. You get to experience college or like going to a team and a program that you're really excited about. And it's something just like to look forward to and just be really stoked about. Like I'm super excited to join the USC women's program. But like I don't know, I just think it's a really interesting experience and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I definitely because I'm originally from Florida, so coming from super far, it's kind of something I wanted, like definitely something new what Addie said. But honestly, starting like today and like Addie said, like past 2 weeks, it's just starting to hit me like where I need to get my apartment lease and like needing to get cold clothes, like jackets. Like I don't have any of that. And like the fact that I will be there in a few weeks, like, it's like hitting me in like a sad and exciting way. Like
Yeah.
I'm just so grateful to be a part of an amazing program that's like being rebuilt at Oregon and just like getting to watch their games. It just makes me more like grateful and like excited to go be there in a few months.
Yeah. And I just, when you go in December or in January, it's so surreal where you guys are going through your season ends and you have that whole climax, and then the whole like graduation experience, saying goodbye, the holidays, and then
You're gone.
Yeah.
6 a.m. workout. Like,
It's, like, crazy.
yeah, this is college and it's not high school.
Yeah.
And yeah, and there's only one way to experience it, and you just get used to it and start doing it. But it happens so quick where if you start in August, you have that summer with camps and,
Mhm.
Yeah.
you know, that it's kind of an orientation where you're around the team, you do the camp stuff,
Yeah.
you get used
Yeah,
to it. But
sure.
January just hits you,
Right
Yeah.
away. Yeah.
yeah, so fast. But I wonder if being around a program like Modern Day, in a way, it's almost like a prep school. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, it's a mini college program.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I've actually talked to my parents about that as well. Like I've thought about that. I'm like, I think Modern Day has set me up so well for like going into the college world because like we have for volleyball we have a required like lift class. We have like a block where we have to lift weights, and then we have like we're so intense in practice, and everyone's so
compete
dedicated.
every
And
day.
everyone is
Yeah.
so competitive,
Yeah.
and like we're so determined as a team to like make each other better. That I'm like, it feels so similar to what I've heard a college program is
Yeah.
gonna be like. So I think it's a very good stepping stone and like helps like ease us into the process. So it's not like a whole new experience. It's like we've already kind of like gotten a
Have
glimpse
taste,
into
yeah.
it. Yeah. So
I want to ask each of you, because I'm so interested in each program, for completely different reasons, I guess. But Addie, Brad is, I've just really enjoyed talking with him. But they, how do you feel? What was it about USC and, coach? And was it more the culture? Was it more being right at home? What was it about USC for you that did it?
well, when I originally went into like the college process, like when I was starting to look at schools, I thought that I didn't want to stay in California. I thought that I wanted to like go out and like experience something new. And as I kind of like was looking around everywhere, I didn't have like, oh, I have to leave California, but like I kind of like thought that's what I wanted to do, but I was giving everything like an open chance. And when I visited USC and when I was talking to the coaching staff, I just like loved the coaching staff. Like I felt like I clicked really well with them. They were really great people, and like all of the girls were great. I knew some people going in already, and like my cousin, a few years ago, she went to USC, and I remember like going to some of her games for soccer, and like
Okay.
I just remembered like kind of being there when I was younger, and it kind of felt like home. Like when I was on campus, I was like, wow, like this is the first campus like I could really truly see myself like being here. So that just like with the coaching staff and like just the girls like being so like welcoming, like it just really was a good fit for me. So
Now, do you know? Did you know quite a few of them before, or did you know? Did you know the Kansas City girls before, or from club or anything, or was it more the California girls that are on the team?
definitely more the California girls. I didn't really know the girls personally outside of like California, but like a few people in the class above me, like Quinn and Presley and Addie Townsend. I knew a lot of them. Like Presley Kiffin, she went to Mater Day last year, so I was super close with Presley. I like was friends with her. Laylee committed before I did, so I knew that Laylee was going there as well. So like I kind of had a few familiar faces going in, which was like also a good thing for me because I was like, oh, it's not going to be like I'm just being thrown into somewhere where I don't know a single person at all and I'm gonna have to like completely start over, it was kind of nice to like know that I'm gonna have that like stepping stone, like someone who I already know.
Yeah. Well, and I get a hard time for giving her too much credit, but absolutely one of my favorites, Reese. Yeah, and
She's amazing.
yeah, and just like a goofball, but she is, and she doesn't get near enough credit. Still, doesn't get near enough credit as an amazing setter, but she is doing a great job, and and Abigail too is what a great cornerstone, and those two being there have done a great job. I really got to know those two well interviewing them,
Mm-hmm.
but Reese and her family, I just think she's such a perfect fit out there and has such a great life. Like to take two Midwesterners and throw them in the middle of all that, they fit in well. So, and talking to their folks, they have loved it, and they say the culture is great. So they've done well. So I'm excited, and I love talking to Brad every time I do. So I'm excited to see your two classes mesh, because it's exciting when this freshman class gets another year. Is exciting time. So best of luck to you and Lizzie. I am excited because your class, I mean, it was late with the addition of Laura late, and you guys had the flip, but the staff with, Trent and like you said, the rebuild of Oregon, but I want to talk about a fun staff.
Yeah.
I mean, your staff looks pretty fun, at least on Instagram and TikTok. They look like a lot of fun.
Yeah, they definitely have like the balance of like a fun staff, but just as competitive and like engaged and focused into winning and being the best they can be every day. So I feel like finding that's very hard. And like when I realized I had that, it was just like amazing.
Yeah. What do you think about getting up there? Like what has their first year been like with the learning and the growing, and what are they telling you guys as you come in?
I think it's been great. I mean, starting off when Trent got hired, I think in February maybe, just my first phone call with him just felt automatically like somewhere I wanted to be, and like I wanted to rebuild the program with him. Like I wanted to stay. And then I mean, they've been telling us just like be like, I don't know, be ready for like new things, new change, and just trusting their process and the culture that they're rebuilding. And I feel like a lot of people didn't think they would even have a team this year with 15 new players, one returner, and with two ranked wins. I feel like just watching them play every single match, I feel like they grow and get better. So it's just like such a cool like experience to watch and then eventually be a part of.
Yeah, and it's like Sarah Sobarger and I were talking today about Indiana. Like you're in the Big Ten. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not like you just jump 4 spots. When you're rebuilding, you're not passing, pardon my language, you're not passing crappy teams, right? Like you're not in other conferences where you're just like, oh, like we'll just rebuild quick and jump past Wisconsin and whip past Penn State here real quick. Like it's hard to rebuild in the Big Ten, and it takes time,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, next year, you guys will be just fine because you're bringing in a South Dakotan. Okay. Yeah. So when Maddie Jo Henry gets there, I don't know if you met her or not, but
I met her 2 weekends ago. Yeah.
All right. So any program that has a South Dakotan, at least Nebraska, Bergen, Riley, there's not a lot of us out there, but Nebraska's doing okay with theirs. So, I mean, it's the only
I'm sure it'll be great.
I'm sure it'll be great. So no, but she's really good competitor, and I've watched her forever. So it'll be doing good. So what do you guys rank now? And I'll let you go on that nationally. Are you guys done, or are you still playing?
We're still playing. Wait, for high school?
Oh, for high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still playing. We have our first state game today, first round. and I think ranked nationally, we're right now third still. But yeah, we'll go for our another go of states, and hopefully we
Yeah.
play Redondo Beach tonight.
So
I know.
Fun game.
Just the names of all the California high schools are so awesome. Like
Yeah.
Redondo Beach and Sierra Canyon's got to still be alive, right?
yeah.
They play Maricosta, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Maricosta.
if we were to play them again, it would be
next week.
the state southern
Semifinal.
section semifinals.
That's good. I think that's all on. Yeah. NFHS, I think, carries all
Yeah.
those subscriptions. So, well, thank you guys very much for, I mean, like I said, setting this up and getting to talk to both of you.
Yeah, thank you for
And-
having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's my pleasure. And I'm excited. It's always weird when this class leaves and you don't see them on the tour, the club tour again. You're like, oh, that's right. They're college kids now. So
Yeah.
you guys enjoy it, work hard. It'll be a transition, but you know what?
Yeah.
You guys just go to work and you'll be just fine. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, best of luck. Go out with a championship and then head off to school. So
Yeah.
yeah, but best of luck to you guys. Thanks for your time and
Thank
have a
you.
great
Have
night,
a good rest
okay?
of
Thank
your
you. Have a
day.
good day.
Take care. Take care. All right. Well, I did it again. I got us behind schedule. We got a couple of crews. Hold on. I know, Elena, I see you sitting there in the waiting room. Yep. I know Bria, and then Elena, are you okay waiting for about another 5 minutes, or did you have to rush off too? Are you? Are they? Bri, I'm gonna. Lane, can I talk to the cats quick, and then because Bri had to leave. Are you okay if thumbs up if I can do Kentucky quick? All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go, Bria. How you doing, Bria? Sorry about that.
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Sorry, your guys is well, I guess it's official. Leonia, your coach got me off schedule. So how are you, class of 2026? I think we're all here. Kentucky. So the fans told me I'm just supposed to let you guys go and talk away. Congratulations, everybody. And did we all do it this morning, or did anybody have an afternoon?
I did it this morning.
Morning,
Mine was
Afternoon.
at 2:30.
2:30. Bellamy, does your club have one tonight?
Yeah, I signed tonight at like 6:30.
No, I saw that post. That's pretty cool. And then Caroline, are you?
Yeah, I signed this morning at school.
That's good. That's good. So, how does it feel? Let's see, Grayson. I think I met you one time, but you're the only one I haven't actually interviewed. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Is it like 90 degrees in Atlanta?
No, it's actually been really cold recently.
Yeah, well, good. Good. Because it's been cold. It snowed here. So we're good. But guys, congratulations. And I told Coach this team or this class feels like the ultimate Kentucky class in that you're all kind of like, Coach, maybe I thought y'all maybe didn't get talked about enough during recruiting. Y'all were maybe a little underranked. Not that I care at all about any of those rankings, but for the rest of America that seems to, you were, and just kind of like Coach Skinner in Kentucky, right? Until this year. But you play, and I've been telling people about several of you that like these guys are really, really good. And it's just kind of appropriate. You ended up going to Kentucky because that's what happens. You go to Kentucky and nobody talks about you. And then you just end up in like the Elite Eight every year. So talk about Grayson, let's start with you. Why Kentucky?
I just loved everything that Coach Skinner had, everything that he does. And I just love the culture and the program, everything about it. It just really attracted me.
Okay, now you guys know if you interviewed with me, when you say culture, I don't let you just say culture. So you got to be more specific because everybody says culture. So you got to be specific. What do you mean by culture?
When I went on my visit, I just loved like the family bond that they had because we went out with like the players and everything, and it just felt like I just felt accepted already, and just it just felt like something that I could come into and no judgment. It was just a really family environment.
Okay. Let's see. Brian, I want to ask about you because we've talked about your recruitment. And there's actually some 27s that I think must have read your book because now they're all holding out like you did. So there's 4 or 5 of them that are holding out to improve their draft stock now. But what happened with you when, what was it in the end for you that it was Kentucky?
Well, when I first went to the camp back when I committed, I really felt like the culture, like Grayson said, the coaching staff, like just the way they taught things and how they run their camps like they did their practices. And I was just like, this is a place I want to be. This is somewhere where I want to learn. And I really just tried to take everything in, and I learned a lot. And I was only there for a day. So it's just like, imagine how much I could learn at this program. They have so much to offer. And yeah.
Now, Coach Skinner told me, he just told America that you're a pretty hard worker. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes.
Now, when you're as tall as you are and have a really high ceiling and you're a hard worker, you know what that means? That means watch out, SEC. That's what that means. That means watch out. The rest of the SEC was hoping you were lazy. Okay. I love hearing that. Okay. So he had a lot of really good things to say about you. So I'd like to hear that. All right. Caroline, what was it with you? Because you were really kind of late.
Yeah, when I went to Kentucky, I really just felt like Coach Skinner actually said something to me that really stuck out. He said, like, the people we want are people that are able to support other people's successes. And I think that selflessness and kind of like family style mentality was really important to me when I was looking for a place. Like, the culture was really important. And so I think like the fact that it's more like supportive of other people's wins instead of like, obviously you're still competing within your own skill group or whatever, but it's like, this person's playing over me, I'm still able to like support them and be happy for them because we're all still working towards the same goal of like a championship.
And was your recruitment, was it almost not a surprise, but was it a surprise a little bit because you were the last one of the class? Was it surprising for you?
I mean, was Kentucky a surprising school for me?
Yeah.
I mean, I had originally been talking to them for a long time before I'd even committed. It just took me a while to kind of like determine what the right fit was for me. But I mean, it was a wonderful surprise in June when I received messages from them. But I mean, I had always thought about them and had a sort of relationship with Coach Skinner because Skyline obviously does a great job of like keeping you in connection with coaches with their coaching camp and just amazing coaches at Skyline.
And I think with knowing you and just from the program and you, I mean, did your entire team go Division I?
Yes, my whole club team did go Division I.
Yeah, and a lot of them got talked about a lot more than you did, and it just, when I look at you and talking with some people in the program and coaches or whatever, their last national championship team, they had somebody exactly like you who was the glue of that recruiting class. And when they signed you, I'm like, that makes perfect sense. Knowing you a little bit, I'm like, it just was, I talk about fits, right? And I'm like, that was just such a perfect fit it completely took me by surprise, but I'm like, what a perfect fit. I'm like, these Kentucky coaches know what the heck they're doing, like that you could fit multiple roles, but culture-wise, you fit in perfectly. Were you looking for a large school, small school? What were your thoughts before June?
I was definitely looking at a lot of larger schools, and like Skyline, like I said, like really kind of helped me like go that route, Sorry, my phones are ringing.
Yeah.
Although like I never like knew kind of what my position would be and what that would look like based on the tournament or day, but like them coming to practices and whatnot and being able to be so flexible with what I can do on the court kind of helped me lengthen my reach a little bit, and just like being really true to myself, who I am, like when I was in uncomfortable positions, also kind of helped me make a lot of connections.
Yeah. I could do another interview with each one of you individually. So to do this in 10 minutes is impossible. So congratulations, but we got to move on. Bellamy, you had said you had family in Lexington, or you had visited Lexington prior?
Oh no, I do not have family in Lexington, but I have gone to Lexington multiple times. Yeah.
Okay.
Since before committing.
Yeah. So was that kind of where your interest had started, or was it watching them, or because you're a little bit from home?
Yeah. So my interest started, I think around like 8th grade is when I started getting into contact with some coaches at Kentucky, and they invited me to camp, and that my 8th grade camp year was the first year that I'd been to Lexington, and I immediately fell in love with it. And I remember thinking at the camp, like, this is where I am supposed to be. So from then on, like, obviously I had multiple years left before I could commit and eventually sign. So I took my time and I went through, and I went to a lot of camps, and I experienced a lot of different coaching staffs, different states, different environments and everything. And I mean, all roads led back to Kentucky. I just knew that I was supposed to be there. So
yeah. How about as it I guess came down to it, were you watching, like, did you watch how they play or their other pins, or were you watching to see if you fit in there, or was it more just a feel for the staff, or?
for me, it was more staff, honestly. I think I'm the type of person that is able to play under any circumstance. So I wasn't necessarily looking and watching. Well, I did watch them play and I did watch their matches and stuff, but I did not, I guess, like, see if I would be a fit. I just feel like I can play under a lot of different circumstances. But I'm sorry, what was the question? I forgot.
No, I just had asked, was it what they ran? Was it how they played? Or was it more the staff?
Oh, sorry. No. So the coaching, yeah, it was definitely more coaching staff. And every time that I talked to Craig, he made me feel very valued for the type of player that I am. And he didn't really say much that made me feel like he wanted to change either, who I am on the court, or, certain aspects of, I mean, like my height. He didn't say anything that made me feel like my height was an issue. And I feel like that's really important in finding a school, just somewhere that is going to support you no matter what.
Yeah. Sydney. All right. I feel like now I've been going to bat for you. I feel like I've about gotten a fist fight with about 2 or 3 different people. So now it's time to go to college. And Coach talked about you getting confidence with really realizing how good you can be and how good you are. But it seemed like you always played with that and that intensity. And is that true that you're really just starting to gain your confidence?
I would say it's kind of both because I was in like a situation like where my team and my coaches weren't completely supportive of me as a player. And so I didn't have a lot of confidence of who I was then, but as soon as I went and I like switched clubs and then I actually got a coach who like constantly told me how good I was and how much he enjoyed coaching me, like I actually found like that I was good and that I should have confidence in myself and my play rather than I was like only viewing the bad parts of my play or only like having the reels of like lowlights rather than always like thinking like that's something I can improve on, which has definitely like I've definitely flipped my mindset because of my coaches these past few years.
Yeah. What about and I've told the story. I don't know if you remember it, but I've told the story on the podcast a couple of times. The first time that we met and I went to grab you for an interview and you looked like you wanted to punch me because you just lost a match and you weren't quite done being upset yet. And I was like, it's just a Saturday morning match, kid. Like, let's go. And so you were very intense. You and Bellamy might have to fight each other for that game face thing. But so you play with that intensity, and I love it. I love that intensity. So, but do you still play with that every day? And are you controlling that in your game a little better?
Kind of. I mean, I still take losses like if I think my team should have like either played better, not always win, but if we should have played better. Like my dad always said, you can tell the competitive people because like you can see everyone's gonna smile after a win, but it's always the kids who are like thinking about how to win after a loss. And so I always like use what my dad said there as like how I motivate myself. Like if we didn't play to our potential, why didn't we? And so then just like using that, and I would say that helps with some of the frustration after a big loss.
Yeah. Now you got your teammate down here in the waiting room. So Elena's, I'm kind of watching her to see if she's laughing or shaking her head, or maybe she's taking that frustration sometimes of you in a loss. But yeah. Now what you're going to learn though, when you go to college, there's going to be losses. You know, maybe you play Texas and you play really, really well, but you guys come up short. And then 2 days later, you're playing Florida, and you gotta let it go really quick, but you guys are gonna learn that soon enough, right? You'll learn those lessons and that maturity and how to be a pro, I think they call it, and you let it go and get better and move on. But to be a competitor is always a great thing with that. But what about as a group? Have you guys done any, do you guys chat as a group? Do you, during this season? I mean, you're going somewhere you guys are ranked number 2 in the country, and you're going to be there in a month and a half. Have you guys talked or anything? Do you guys talk amongst each other at all?
Not really.
We have like a mental connection. Like we just know how each other are doing all the time. Like it's not like an everyday thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do they but is that kind of exciting? I guess I don't know how athletes approach it. Is it like you're still in high school until you get there in January, or are you already part of the program? How do you guys think of it?
I definitely think of it as I'm still in high school right now, mostly because my high school season just ended, and also I do want to soak in the last memories with my friends before I go. But there is definitely the constant thought of that's gonna be me and not too long. So
Yeah.
I'd say I'm kind of the opposite right now. Well, my club season ended 2 weeks ago, or not my club season, my high school season. And I mean, now for me, it's like I'm also done with high school. I graduated like really, really early. So now it's just like a little gap in between. And so everything I'm doing right now is in preparation for college. And that's kind of where my mindset is at right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Grayson, what about you?
I definitely still feel like I'm in high school because I'm not graduating until May. So I'm definitely trying to soak up everything and enjoy all those memories and everything. But I definitely also have a part of me that's like watching them, and it's like that's going to be me next year. And I feel like, I don't know, I have like a special connection with them, but still being like in high school.
Yeah. Caroline?
Yeah, I'm not graduating till May either, but I mean, honestly, part of the reason for that is because I wanted to kind of dedicate like my last club season and like time with my coaches into really preparing for like Kentucky, and like my workouts are like kind of like geared towards what they're doing in their like off season workouts there, just so I can like be ready for when I come in to kind of pick that up quickly. And also just like really enjoy my high school moments. I've been friends with my friends here for like 16 years, so I really didn't want to shorten that time with them.
Yeah. Well, you, I would be sent, where you live, and where you live. I mean, I would be,
Texas?
I don't know. Well, wherever you live, I would be wearing your school colors like all the time.
I do really like my high school. It's really nice. Like,
Well,
I mean, we are pretty good at sports. Like, okay.
I mean, you can wear your future school. That's bragging rights.
Oh, yeah. I do wear my Kentucky stuff a lot. I was like, yeah, my high school is great.
Well, your high school can be great.
No, I was
It's just-
confused.
That's how we get that rivalry. That's how we get that rivalry pumped up. Right?
Yeah.
We gotta get that rivalry pumped
No,
up.
I like wearing my Kentucky stuff a lot.
I know. I was there, and it's still too. It's not a big enough rivalry. Like A&M and Texas is a big rivalry.
Oh yeah.
Kentucky isn't. Kentucky Texas isn't a big enough rivalry yet, but I think it's gonna be by the time you all get up there, like the end of your careers. It will be, because neither of those programs are going to slow down. You're both going to be great. Oh, look at that. Shocker. I was wondering when some Nebraska person would get on here and say something dumb, but there we go. So that happens all the time. But anyway, so but it was a great match there in Texas. So it was great to see them play that way, and for Coach Skinner. But I'm not invited back. Kentucky's 0-4 in my or Texas is 0-4 because I've been there. But that's great. So you two, so Sydney and Bellamy will go in January.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, and then Grayson and Caroline will go the start of the summer.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, you guys, it's an exciting time. It's a really exciting time in Lexington, and for Kentucky volleyball, it's as excited as I've seen people with that program. So you guys keep it up and keep the winning going when you guys get there. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
We
Yes,
will.
sir.
All right. I know you will. Congratulations, you guys. Thanks for joining us. All right.
Thank
Have a good
you.
night.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Take care. All right. Let's go, and we'll get. Hey, Bob. Welcome back.
I can't hear you.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to get Elena. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Let's see. We'll get Eric. Do you have the sound up?
Darren, I can't hear you. I don't know if Elena can hear you.
I can hear you, but I was on my phone earlier and it wasn't working, so I'm on a computer now. But
Okay.
Let me just restart mine. Maybe if she can hear you,
Okay.
maybe I'm just gonna restart mine.
All right. And I'll pop you back in. All right. Elena, thanks so much for waiting. I apologize.
yeah, no worries. Thanks for
yeah.
having me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, not a fellow. I never got to be a Gopher, but congratulations on
Thank you.
being the newest Gopher. Yeah. How does it, I always ask, is that any better?
Yep, got you.
Okay, good. I always ask athletes how it feels to sign for their home state school. So how does it feel?
It feels great. I mean, it's honestly a dream come true. And I didn't like through the recruiting process, I didn't know if I wanted to stay home or not, but ending up at Minnesota and being able to sign with my hometown is just so awesome. And I'm so excited to be able to play in front of a home crowd. And I'm just really excited.
What have you thought, first of all, what have you thought, A, because you know them so well, and B, knowing it's going to be your school, but what have you thought about the freshmen this year and just how hard they've played and how well they've played through all the adversity? What have you thought this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing awesome. Obviously, there was a lot unfortunate injuries, but being able to see all the freshmen step up and into huge roles that early in the season and in their careers, and just be able to not really miss a beat. I mean, I think they're playing great and they're working hard every day. And I just know that the competition in the practice gym with them is also insane. So super excited.
Yeah. For sure. What has your high school career? Congratulations, by the way, on your latest honor, but the high school player of the year.
Thank you.
And joined some pretty elite company, winning Minnesota player of the year.
Yeah.
And people in the state of Minnesota, that means a lot. What did that mean? And looking back on your high school career, what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot. Like you said, I think it's a pretty big deal in Minnesota, and it just shows like all the hard work I've put in. I was on varsity for 5 years, so that coming to an end is bittersweet, but I think just like a shout out to all my teammates and coaches throughout the way too, because I wouldn't be able to do what I did without them. I mean, I can't hit the ball without a pass and a set. So I just think all the work I put in and all the work my teammates and coaches have put in helped me get there.
What is Coach Cook building? Talk to people who maybe don't know him or his program, because man, his first 2 recruiting classes, he's nailed it. They are proving that on the court. What's he about? What's he like? And what's he building?
Yeah, I think something that Keegan always talks about is people, values, and volleyball. And that's kind of the 3 like core values. I know values is one of them, but that we go off of. And I think that just shows how much him and all the coaches care about how well we're performing in volleyball, like how can we push each other, but also sticking to our values and not like getting too astray from that. And then also caring about you as a person. I think culture is a word that people use all the time, but when you're there with the coaches and the team, you can just feel it and how much everyone wants to succeed and wants others to succeed. A word we used a lot in this high school season was mudita, and that's like celebrating others. And I think that's something so huge in this program, is just being able to like have like mudita towards others and your teammates who are doing great. So yeah.
Well, it's something that really lacks too in volleyball. I talk about it all the time, that it's okay. It doesn't take away from you or your team or a rival to praise somebody else that's a great athlete or a great kid and give them praise. It doesn't take away from how great you are to praise an opponent.
Yeah.
We need so much more of that. And that's one of the things that's hard on my heart, that people don't do that more. So I love that you said that. Yeah. Eric, do you have anything for Elena?
Yeah. So like, what are you most excited about getting to campus?
Yeah, I think I'm just excited to start playing. I mean, playing at Minnesota in this program, it's such high level volleyball, and I just can't wait to start training with all the amazing girls and coaches and just get after it. I mean, I think they've been performing really well, and I just can't wait to be able to get in the gym and help contribute to that. And then again, like playing in front of my home crowd, I think the first time, like even like going to games now, like I get chills. Like in the intro videos
Yeah.
and stuff, like knowing that's going to be me in front of my home crowd. So
Mhm.
that's just all super exciting.
Yeah, huge fan of Minnesota. So like I've been following them for a long time. So my goal is to go to one of their games at least some point in time. But
Yeah. The Pavs
definitely they're
awesome. So
it looks
for real.
amazing. So I'm like, I got to get there at least one time. So,
Yeah.
What's something outsiders might not know about the program? Like you see it, you know everybody who's in it now.
Mhm.
I mean, all of Keegan's recruits. What's something that maybe people don't know, a hidden, talent or depth that's just brewing under the surface? If y'all next year when you're there, your class is there and everybody's healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the competitiveness within the gym is crazy. I mean, obviously, I'd say almost all athletes at this level are super competitive. But on our official, like we sat in and watched practice, and even at camp, like we got to play with a lot of the players there right now. And then obviously the recruits in our class. But just how competitive everyone is and how bad we want to win. Like Minnesota has gotten really close, but still hasn't brought home their first national championship. And I think that's something that we all want to be able to accomplish, not only for our team and coaches, but for the state and the city. And I think that's something we're all super hungry for.
What does it take? Like, do you comprehend or think about climbing that ladder? I've talked to 3 recruits from 3 different Big Ten teams now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like any other conference where, hey, we'll just get better and you need to take out Penn State.
Yep.
Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska. Do you guys think about, as Coach talk about, climbing the ladder back of the conference?
Yeah, I mean, playing in the Big Ten is insane. Every night's a battle. It doesn't matter if you're playing Nebraska, Penn State, Wisconsin, or you're playing like our border rival, other border rival like Iowa. But any night's a battle. And I mean, we talk about how competitive it is, and every night you play in the Big Ten's a battle. So I think just how well the team's been performing and how the freshmen have been performing, like just keep building and just keep climbing until we can reach our goal.
Yeah. What do you bring? Tell people, and it's hardest thing for an athlete is to brag about themselves, but we want you to now. What are the strengths of Elena Hookie's game?
Yeah, I'm not good about bragging about myself, but I'd say slides are one of my favorite things to hit, and that's just something I've always loved to do, is run behind the setter off of 1 foot, and something I'd say I do pretty well. I also think my blocking game has really improved in the last couple of years, and I've really put a lot of focus into that, and just acting like I'm attacking the ball, like not waiting for them to hit into me, but like go get the ball. And I think that's really attributed to that. And then also just how I am as a competitor. I'm super competitive. I want to win. Like you were talking to Sid earlier, like being frustrated after losses. Like we're in the same boat together. I was laughing during that, but like I want to win. I'm going to be frustrated if we can't or don't. But then when we don't, how can we learn and how can we get better? So just I'm a huge competitor, and everything I do is competitive. So.
Well, you had your guys' team with oh goodness, is it Sid, Arizona?
Hayden?
Yeah. Her, Ellery, Sid, you all could get temperish, like we say.
Yeah.
And there were a couple early morning matches where maybe the Minnesota Select didn't come out, let's say, fully caffeinated.
Yeah.
And there was some tempers flaring a little bit afterwards, and that's okay. You just go, yeah. So you all survived, but yeah, I laugh because I knew you guys, so it was fun. But your experience, USA Volleyball, what do you think that has done for you?
I think just the coaches and the athletes you're around, like it's the best in the country, and just being able to not only train next to them and practice and stuff, but being able to play with them and get that experience has helped elevate my game so much. I mean, and even like the scouting aspect of it, like having to scout these teams from around the country that play completely different brands of volleyball, you could call it, and having to figure out how we can stop that or how we can score against that. So I think just as a total, it has helped elevate my game, not only from like the mental aspect, but from the athletic aspect as well.
Yeah. Eric, anything else for Lena?
Yeah, so I know you mentioned you're like super excited about, playing in front of your hometown crowd and stuff like that. Was it always like tunnel vision, this is Minnesota, I'm playing Minnesota volleyball? Like, what was your recruiting process like?
Yeah, I think it was like a lot of people thought I was like tunnel vision Minnesota, but honestly, going into the recruiting process, I was super open. I obviously had a call with Minnesota and wanted to hear what they were all about. I knew a lot about them, but I also had calls with a lot of other schools that I really respected. And my process was pretty quick in committing, but it felt like a long time just because of like camp season and all that stuff. But I definitely got to know other programs, but in the end, it ended up being Minnesota. But I wouldn't say I was tunnel vision. So
Okay. And do you have like any advice for the girls that have the potential or the prospects of other colleges, like recruits? Do you have any advice going into it?
Yeah, I think just like keep your door open. You'd never know what opportunities you could get or what school might surprise you. I think just taking your time to research the schools too, because for me, like it wasn't just about the volleyball, but like a lot of people say culture, and then also like academics. Like there were some schools in the country that didn't have the academic field that I wanted to go into. So even before going to June 15th, I like kind of made sure these schools that I was looking to talk to checked my boxes so that I wasn't wasting their time. And yeah.
I love that.
Well, Lena, I want to thank you for, answering a message and taking the time to do this. I really appreciate it. And it was great hearing from a Golden Gopher and a big commit. So really, I do. It means a lot. And to have a USA volleyballer come on tonight, I'm sure you had a lot of requests. So thank you very much for.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah. And here's what I want to tell you. When next year, when you get on there and you get one of those big, I'm not going to tell you which red team, but when you get one, don't do the water. I don't want the water with Coach Cook. I want the full Gatorade for you guys, okay? I don't want the red team. Dream big. I don't want water. I want the full Gatorade when you get, okay?
Yep, I got you.
Look forward to seeing that.
All right, I want you to do that. So, Lena Hook, everybody. Yeah, best of luck. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was a huge. Well, she's our number 4 overall moment.
See, it's so weird when you're switching back, I lose you.
Oh, you got me now?
I'm gonna call back in.
Okay. All right. And while you do that, I'm gonna bring in Nadia, and I think we get.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, they get in, and I am going to bring in. I think we got Eric. Eric, can you hear?
I sure can.
Okay.
Hi.
All right. Hi. Eric from WC Volleyball Nerds is Nadia Johnson, Metro. We had your partner in crime. Bri was on here earlier with her Kentucky crew, but now congratulations on getting signed, making it official.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we were telling the story earlier of you being the first the biggest recruiting win for a school in the class of 26 in my book. Baylor landing you in the class. And so let's just talk about it again, and how it all went down and how you kind of fell in love with Baylor, because your name was associated with like 15 or 20 different schools. And I don't know that anybody was really talking about Baylor. So if you can remember back that far, tell everybody how Baylor won your services.
So when I was younger, before committing and like before recruitment in general, I was looking at mainly Christian schools, and Baylor was like a school I was like, oh, that's like unreachable. That was like a dream for me. I never thought I could reach it. So like when I was like a lot happened really fast. So a lot of schools started reaching out super fast and a lot more than I expected. So when trying to decide where I wanted to go, I really just weighed the pros and cons. Whereas Baylor like really was it was a good environment to me. It seemed when I went to camp because I went to camp twice, and I really enjoyed the environment and the coaches and the coaching staff seemed like they really cared for me as a person and not just as a player, and that I could grow as a person and a player, and also that I would be valued by the players and the coaches. And it was a good Christian environment for me.
So I also had asked you this when you bring up all the schools that reached out, because I talk to athletes about this a lot since your class. When athletes say, I'm completely open. Yeah. You smile. You smile. Your class set the bar. But I tell them that's actually not a good idea. And you were one of the ones I remember. And it's good to set somewhat of a limit because that's overwhelming. Because exactly what happened to you happens if you don't set somewhat of a limit. Talk about that a little bit, how you wish you would have maybe at least set a final 15 or something.
So leading up to June 15th, I was still pretty much like, I still wanted to explore my options and know where I wanted to go. And like towards talking to schools, it all just narrowed down to Baylor like really fast. So I still like took a lot of calls and I still reached out. And also leading up, I started narrowing down my email list and started like picking like a few schools that I wanted to talk to on June 15th and past. So I still kind of narrowed it down with the schools. So like I was still in communications with certain ones. But I didn't want to tell any school straight up no because you never know what could happen with anything. So I wanted to still keep the option open in case I wanted to maybe check it out or see. Yeah.
Yeah. But like if you don't tell them no, they're calling.
Yeah.
It gets overwhelmed. I mean, it's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many calls, how many different schools called before you kind of had to say, whoa?
So it was mainly in emails, like emailing for a call. So it wasn't a whole bunch of like calls all at once. It was mainly emails and text messages. So I would just schedule a call with the ones I wanted to, and the ones I didn't, I would just send them a message.
Gotcha. So what are you excited about now? Year and a half later, but what are you still excited? What are you excited about heading to Baylor?
I'm so excited to get the training and get with the team and like help build something and help create like add on to a great environment and great learning. Like I don't want to say culture, but a great culture there.
Culture?
Okay, a great culture they already have there. So I'm excited to add on to that. And I'm excited to really get the training and really become a better player holistically. And that's what I'm most excited about.
Okay. You can say culture, but if you say culture to me, then I'm going to say, be more specific. What do you love about their culture? What about their culture do you like?
I love how all the players and the coaches are all like, what's the word? They're all very like connected in a way, but also like they feel comfortable around each other. And it's not a toxic environment. It's very like friendly and people like I can tell the players feel comfortable to express themselves. And it's also a good balance between loving each other and still being competitive. Whereas like it's not all like, oh, like you did this like it's still like they're still going at it but it's still like in a loving way. And that kind of resembles my team's culture at Metro as well. So I was really looking for something like that.
Yeah. You guys definitely had to have a unique culture or situation at Metro because of your numbers.
Right.
How was it this year doing playing more outside after being pretty much an opposite for the previous couple of years?
Yeah, it was actually really fun. I really enjoyed like doing like passing and stuff like that. And I felt comfortable on both because sometimes I'll switch between outside and right side. So getting like the experience on both and be able to switch fast and quick between like in like the same set sometimes. So that was actually really enjoyable. I felt more like a well-rounded player doing it more.
There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with being well-rounded. I promise.
Yes.
The coaches are going to eat that up. So the more you can work that, definitely do it.
Have they talked, Baylor talk at all about plan or just be an athlete or what, like, have they talked at all about plan for you, just come in and be a volleyball player, or what have they talked about?
We've talked about like a plan for me, of course, to come in and help out the team and of course like a pin hitter. So either one, I assume. So that's pretty much the plan for our whole class to yeah, help out. So
Yeah. What, so can I ask, have you done your approach touch lately?
I think the last time I did it was the Under Armour camp, which was like 10-7. 10-7. Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
Just 10-7. She's like,
It was
just
10.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you
Go ahead, Eric.
oh, sorry. You mentioned, Baylor was like your dream school, right? What was that moment like when you were like, this is like, you got the call or the email and you were like, wow, this can really happen. And then, the process after that, what was that like?
It was surreal because like, a lot of schools can reach out before, like not like reach out, but like they can invite you to camp and send questionnaires. But you never know like if they truly mean it or if they're truly gonna send that like reach out on June 15th or offer you. So actually getting it was super surreal, and I was like, oh my goodness, like this is actually exciting. I'm really really excited. So it was a good moment.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And you'll go right away in January, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how do you feel about that?
Super excited to go early, and I'm excited to get acclimated in the school before the season and get to know the players and create connections. So I'm very excited about that.
So the strength training part and the lifting part, will that be new for you, or have you been, what kind of training? Because that's a big adjustment for a lot of
Yeah, I've done strength training. I picked it up more so last year because I felt like to help like gain strength, of course, in hitting, but also help keep my body healthy and like prevent tendonitis in my knees or anything like that, so I can keep myself sustainable for long. So I think I would be able to adjust well to it because I do it pretty often, like 3 times a week. So hopefully it's a smoother adjustment. So I'm excited, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, just one more new thing that that you'll get, and yeah, you'll be amazed in 6 months.
Right.
In a good way, in a great way. How much stronger you are.
And your recruiting process, what was your favorite part about it? Like, what was one of the highlights that you could always like kind of remember?
My highlights. I think getting to know like the coaches through it and getting to know more people and meet new people, I guess.
No, it's amazing. It's all about networking. The game's about networking. So
yeah,
definitely.
One thing you would tell the 2028s as they get ready to go into all this, one thing you would tell them to look out for, do better than you did. What's something you could have done better with your recruiting?
My recruiting. I felt like I could have maybe not started earlier, but I could have reached out to more schools earlier, not been as afraid to. Because when I was younger, I was kind of like, oh, like why would I even reach out? They're never gonna reach back out to me. So I feel like starting like young and not being scared to at least reach out and see what could happen.
Yeah. How
Yeah,
about-
that process looks intimidating. I mean, I can only imagine, it's these huge schools you see on TV and stuff. So I can only imagine, you're that young and you're like, oh gosh, like what is this? But
Yeah.
it's such a cool thing that you're going through.
yeah. How about your confidence now? Because we talked about that when we interviewed your sophomore year,
Mhm.
and you talked about being, a little shy and is that better? Do you have more self-confidence now?
Yeah, I've been feeling like a little bit more confident in being myself because I'm a pretty I wouldn't say loud person, but I'm expressive. So honestly just becoming like being more self and expressing myself on the court, and volleyball brings it out usually more. So I think expressing it like early and just not being afraid to just be myself, and fear of judgment, I guess. But I think that's definitely improved since sophomore year.
Yeah, like you understand you're one of the best in the country, right? That's okay. That's okay to
Yeah.
say, right? Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to be that person who's afraid to apply to any school, right? Yeah, for sure. I want to see you do huge.
So excited. So excited.
Yeah, you're amazing. You every time you said thank yous, you thank whenever we tag you and post. You're just you're one of the great ones for sure. I am so excited to see you do great things because you've been so polite and just one of the class acts for sure. So we are really excited to see you go on and do great things in college, and it'll be hard work, but you are not afraid of hard work.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And as a Texas native, great food in Waco, Texas. Just FYI, just wait.
Okay.
You're always gonna eat good, and then HEB is the best. So you're gonna have a great time.
Good. Yeah. Well, we'll let you go, Nadia, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank
Congrats.
you.
Yeah, best of luck, everybody. Baylor commit, and again, like we said, one of the biggest surprises in the 26 class, and we haven't talked to him yet, but I'm going to guess that Baylor staff pretty excited that she's heading that way. And,
Yeah,
to
excited
be.
for season.
Has
Yeah.
to be.
yeah, best of luck, Nadia. We will hopefully
good
see you
night.
very soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, good things, and she can fly for sure.
Oh, 100%. What'd she say? 10-7 was her latest.
Yeah,
That's
10-7.
insane. Imagine when
Yeah.
she gets into the strength and conditioning program. It's about to be.
Yeah. We're going to talk with Coach Sam from SMU later, and she was talking about Maria Pinder, one of their commits, and one of their middles already that touches 11 feet, and it's just awesome.
What these clubs are producing nowadays is insane. It's just wild.
Yeah. It's the hard work these girls are doing and putting in, and the strength training, finally either them doing it on their own and jumping in, and they are amazing. But let's get through while we have some time, and I want to go through some of the conference rankings, overall conference rankings, and so this is the ACC and what our rankings are. And so we kind of go through this, no real surprises at the top. Louisville, Pitt, they were close. And again, we talked about before, what we simply do is we take the PPV average of all the prospects, and that gives you your player or your class average, and that's what we use for our ranking. And so anytime a player's PPV changes, it slightly affects the class. Obviously, a bigger class has more margin for error. One lower, I guess, evaluated athlete can bring a class down, if you will. But I was telling Eric before we came on, really spent the first year that we did, VB Adrenaline, asking a lot of top 25 coaches, how would you do college recruiting class rankings? And I'm not sure I got the same answer twice. And that was from college coaches. And
Right.
if they can't agree, well, they can. And so at least this takes our bias out of it. And this all goes into some algorithm in the computer, and it figures it out. But I would say this is fairly accurate. And what's fun to do is when I think ahead to the 27s, which a lot of this is like review now for me, because I have the 27 class a lot more fresh in my mind. And so looking at a Boston College that moves way up with the 27 class, and they move way up with the 27 class, an SMU that moves up to 3. I think Boston College is 5 in
Oh, wow.
27 class. Yeah. So that's what's interesting to me. Pitt is 1. I think Pitt and Louisville flip in 27, but it's like we talked with Coach Meskey. Pitt and Louisville are just, I guess he didn't want me to say arrived, but they're there. They are in that echelon.
Definitely.
With, I used to say Kentucky, but they're ahead of Kentucky. They're slightly ahead of Kentucky anymore, and they're just behind Penn State, Wisconsin. They're at that level right behind them. But they are that very next level of recruiting for several years, several years in a row now.
Yeah, and that's one thing about them. They can definitely recruit. Louisville and Pitt, that's like not shocking that the 27 is just flip-flop. They can go either which way each year for the ACC, because they're recruiters for sure. So definitely they bring in the talent.
Well, and I think the other thing that's really scary is they can develop talent, because they had to do that 10 years ago when they weren't getting the higher prospects.
Correct.
And maybe that's why you see them in several Final Fours lately.
They're always in contention lately. So
yeah. One thing that'd be interesting is for another conversation, but how we were talking about the salary cap. I'm interested because there's been talk about how that'll affect Stanford. And I know Stanford was has been that program where they basically, other than Texas and Nebraska, when I started doing this the last couple of years, many coaches told me there was the big 3. It was Texas, Nebraska, and then Stanford. Stanford got basically anybody who they wanted. And I'm interested to see how financially that will affect things with them, if that affects their recruiting. It hasn't so far. What really hurts them is the transfer situation.
Pretty much takes them out of the conversation for that.
Yeah. A little bit to look for, and let's take a look at one more of the big 4 before we let Ryan in here. And well, if we're going to look at one, let's look at the one. Let's take a look at the Big Ten and look at our overall in a little bit. And so the big discussion nationally was more Penn State and Wisconsin. We have Nebraska number 2 overall in the country behind Texas. Texas and Nebraska both had 3 commits, and we have Nebraska number 2 behind Texas. But in the Big Ten, it goes Nebraska, Penn State, then Wisconsin. I can see the argument for Wisconsin. They have Tarnal, the number 1, our number 1 middle, Penn State has the number 2. Our number 2 middle in Harrington in 27, excuse me, Kendall Northern this year, and the bump in their class, Danielle Whitmire tearing her ACL last week. That's going to hurt them a little bit, but still on the top setters still in this class, long term. And then Indiana, 4, that gets closer. I think you maybe need to evaluate. They had some changes in that class, but I do think they bring, potentially their 4-year starter at setter there. And then we just talked to Elena Hookey from Minnesota. 4 or 5, those 2 are very, very close in our ratings. And actually, Indiana had a decommit, which actually helped their average. So it gave them a little separation with Minnesota. And then UCLA, which got blocked out here, UCLA 6, USC 7, Oregon, which had moved way up with their they picked up the Indiana decommit, and then Laura Eichert, who was a decommit from San Diego, and boosted them way up 4 or 5 spots at the end. And so Michigan State and Purdue, which comes in number 10. Let me see here. Purdue comes in number 10 at in the Big Ten, and then they come in number 10 in the Big Ten, and then number 22 in the country. So it just tells you how strong the Big Ten is,
right,
recruiting wise in this class. So
and that's like my big thing when looking at this is, and again, that's been like this year and last year, but eye opener is Ohio State. It's just wow, what is going on? Yeah, that's very interesting. It needs to be like studied. That's like a whole a whole episode within itself.
Well, and not only that, but we had talked about the I think 2 of their 3 commits are Mintonet, Hoying from Mintonet, an outside, but the 2 Mintonet athletes, and I understand, everybody, and you talk to people in volleyball, and it's like, hey, some kids just want to leave. I get that. I don't know the whole history there, but my other one is, and I know this is not so popular around volleyball circles, but Michigan is another one with that staff for several years, now being there. But 2 of the programs we'll talk about, and we're going to have Coach Kelsey on in a little bit, but Michigan State and them, now you look at them in 27 to turn it around. They are up at, they're number 3 or number 4 in the conference in 2027. And them in Kansas, I think, are 2 of the programs that are definitely on the rise.
Definitely.
Yeah. And they are on the rise. I didn't know if it'd be in 1 year, but it's going to be hard for me not to ask about their 27 class. But they did a nice job of filling in her type of athletes with the 26s. So yeah, Big Ten, it's cutthroat. It is hard to move up, and Indiana did a nice job. The nice thing, again, we have to remember, it doesn't do a ton of good, I don't think, to bring in the classes of 6, 7, right? And that's another conversation. The portal, but these programs are looking for the 1, the 2, because the chances of so many athletes staying multiple years and waiting is difficult. But yeah, recruiting the Big Ten, the higher you get up here, is very, very, very elite. And it's hard when you get up here. That's rare air right up there. So
yeah, that's dog eat dog world up there. Yep.
Yeah, that's cutthroat. So without that, let's get out of that conference and let's bring up a young lady is heading into the Big 12, and going to be a middle in the Big 12. And she's become one of my favorite personalities in this class. And Ryan Sadler, you're welcome. Ryan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. And I really put the pressure on you to, be like this jokester, like this lighthearted jokester.
I can't lie.
Good. You don't have to lie. You're fun. I think you're a fun person. So, good. Congratulations on your commitment.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, look at your room. It's all red and blue.
Today, and I came home to this. So yeah.
That's so neat. Congrats.
What you were committed, and then with the coaching change, first of all, talk about as a 16-year-old, what's that like stress-wise, emotionally, to go through that? Talk about that a little bit, and then why the decision to stick around.
Yeah. Okay, so when I was getting recruited by Coach B and Billy Ebel when he was there, and then I fell in love with it immediately. Like I was like, yeah, this is the move. Like this is where I'm gonna go. And then so when he announced his retirement, I was like, okay, I'm not really sure what the coaching staff is gonna look like, because I wasn't sure if they were just gonna get a new coach or if it was gonna be completely different. So then I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait a little bit, because I don't know anybody yet, so I don't want to just jump ship if I'm gonna end up liking it. So then Coach Matt calls me, and he was like, hey, I just got the job. I found out he got the job, and I didn't really know him that well. I had seen him coach other teams, and I had heard all good things, because Gabby Gonzalez, she played at A5, and then she went and played for him. Okay. And I had heard a lot of good things from A5 coaches that had told me he was a good coach. So I was like, okay. But on the first call, I remember asking him, I was like, I'm gonna keep it real. If you're not interested, or if you already have someone in mind, just let me know, because I don't want to waste your time. I'm just keep it real. So then he was like, no, I'm still interested. We just weren't really recruiting a lot from the East Coast, because I was all the way out in Oregon. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And then also just talking to him and hearing his coaching philosophy, I was like, yeah, I still, even if he was coaching at a different school, I would still go there. And I had heard so many good things, and I just we clicked automatically. When I talked to him on the phone, I was like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. But yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sure that was a relief.
Yeah, I was like, thank God. Oh my gosh, I was so scared. I remember when he called me, I was like, oh my gosh, I was so scared.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot. You make the big decision, and then you're like, oh,
yeah,
maybe, yeah. So what was that whole time frame like from when Coach retired? Because they took a little bit.
Yeah. Because the thing is, I didn't know who he was bringing a new coaching staff until he was hired, because up until he was hired, I thought it was all the same coaches except Coach B. So I was still not sure what was gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, so what was it about him when you talked with him and his staff? What was it that you liked?
It felt very genuine, and it also felt like he was being transparent with me. Because one of the things he said is, he was like, I'm not going to promise you all the things that the coaches before me promised you, because that would just be lying, obviously. But I'm going to keep it real. If you work for your spot, then you have nothing to worry about. And I feel you everyone should have an equal chance and opportunity. So if I know that if I work as hard as I can to like get what I want, then like I won't have an issue playing for a coach like that.
Yeah. That's good. The second I heard, I thought that's good things for Lawrence because he's a good man for sure.
And like our conversation earlier, he brought up the fact that, a lot's leaving and a lot's coming. Great. So, the opportunity is there, for you to get in there and grind away and get playing. And we're like super excited for that. So
has the class, like, have you guys interacted or do you know any of the others or?
I actually end up going to a camp over the summer and I met some of them. I still haven't met Avery yet, but I've already met Tessa and Taylor because me and Taylor went to the camp together. And then Jaylee I had met just from like Instagram and we had talked a little bit.
What did we learn about Avery? She's a weightlifter. Was she the strong one?
Is she? She might be. I don't know.
Or her mom was the strength coach?
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't know. We talked to a lot of recruits, but she's from Utah, Club V.
Yeah.
And I think I love everybody from Club V. So everybody I met's been a stud from Club V the last year. So yeah. All right. So let's just talk your pictures when you committed, your recruiting visit. Like you're just like a free spirit goofball, I think.
Yeah. Because I remember for my commitment photos, I was like, okay, I feel like everybody just does a shirt picture, and I want to do something so that like when people like see my post, like they're gonna remember, like, oh, I remember when she committed, I remember when she came to Kansas, like. So I wanted people to like remember the pictures, because like I know we see a lot of pictures of people just like standing and it's just the shirt picture, and I was like, no, like I need mine to be like memorable. So then yeah.
Hey, I mean, you know what I told Coach today? I said, I thought Becca Alec. That's who I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can match that, that's a good comparison. Well, but she plays such a good role for Nebraska, right? Like she's off the court, like she's nothing but business and straight up intense on the court. And then off the court, she's like that, keeps everybody loose, That's a huge role.
Yeah.
And like throughout, your process and you chose Kansas. What was that moment like for you when you were like, okay?
Oh, I cried.
Kansas.
I started crying. I was so happy. Yeah. Like I couldn't even believe it because I remember the call, like, because I had picked up the phone and I wasn't really sure because I'd had a call with Billy, like the call before, and then Coach B called me and he was like, hey, like. I was like, hey, Coach V, like, how are you? Like, because I went to 2 camps when I was younger, and then I had picked up and I was like, hey, how are you? Blah, blah, blah. And then he offered, and I was like, and then I was just silent. Like, I was just like, I didn't even know what to say. And he was like, I hope this silence was good. And I was like, yeah. I was like, I don't even know what to say. Like, oh my God, and then I started crying. I was like, oh my gosh, I couldn't even believe it.
Yeah. And so when you were again going through that process before, you selecting Kansas, was that like, were you like tunnel vision? Like that was like your dream school, or was it like the options are open kind of thing? You're testing the waters with everybody.
It was okay. The thing is, I actually didn't want to go to Kansas because my sister, she played tennis there. And I literally told her, I was like, I'm going to have my own school. Like, I don't want to be like you. Like, I want my own school. And then I talked to the coaches and I was like, wait, I was like, this might be like where I want to go. And then I just remember like every school I would talk to, I would be like, yeah, like they're cool, but it's like, it's not Kansas. Like, it's not Kansas. And I would always, and then I was like, yeah, there's just no one can measure up. Like,
yeah, it just felt like home. It was just natural.
Yeah. It's just automatic.
That's awesome. Yeah.
What do you learn like playing with A5 and training in that club? Like how it's a big time club. How do you think that's preparing you for college?
The thing is, one thing I realized is like I would go to practice and I didn't realize how intense our practices were like until I went on my visit, because I watched like Kansas practice and I was like, this is just like this is exactly what we do on Mark's team, the 18 ones, A5, like it was like copy and paste. Like it was like the same like speed, the same intensity. So I was just like, yeah, like I feel really like prepared because I feel like he did a really good job preparing all of us because this is my second year playing for him because I played up last year. And yeah, I think that was like the best decision I could have made.
And you mentioning like y'all's practices being high, like fast tempo, high energy and stuff like that kind of matches. What do you feel like is prepared you the most for Kansas?
Probably we'll do some drills where it's like we did one drill where it was like for the outsides would come and we'd pass the ball and it's like 3 versus 6 and you have to get 10 kills before the other team scores 10 points, like in general. And like it was at the beginning of the season, like we would literally get destroyed on the side with 3. Like it was like, geez, like it was bad. But then once we started throughout the season, like we started to like start winning like with 3 people, and it definitely like made me learn how to be able to block, transition, play defense, and like it just I feel a lot more like all around better from that drill alone, and just like some of the high intensity drills where we'd have to transition over and over and over again. Like I feel like I'm in a lot more shape than I was last year.
And that gets exhausting because that transition happens fast. You know, those like the collegiate ball is just a fast tempo. You know,
have to come and then transition all the way out, run and shoot, and then it's just.
And then they pick it up, and then you're like, oh, here I go again. You know, so that's awesome that you're taking that away.
What and I'm assuming heading there in January.
No, actually, I'm going in June.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going in June, so you'll train with your club.
Yeah.
Train with your club all season.
At first, I was still deciding whether I was going to go early or not because I am graduating in December because it was still up in the air whether I was going to leave early. But then my club coach was like, I think you should stay another year so we can like train you so that you can play more games and like get more reps. And I was like, yeah. And plus I trust him a lot. So I definitely was like, yeah, I think I'll play another year. And also, our 90% of our team is staying back too, and I gotta win. I gotta win in Natty before I leave. I have to
Hey, that's I mean, hey, you got a goal. You gotta accomplish it. So that's good. Have you talked to many or been around many people like it? Just I have a couple friends that are Kansas fans. And admittedly, they started out basketball, right? Kansas hoops, but they know that I do this, and they're like, "Hey, everybody's really excited about Kansas volleyball. Like, who's this new coach?" And for them to do that means there's excitement with Kansas volleyball because they were not volleyball fans.
Yeah.
Does it seem like there's a lot more excitement?
Yeah, because I remember when I went on my visit, I think they had played Wichita State and it was packed. Like it was sold out. And I was like, I've never come to a game where like this for volleyball that's in a stadium for itself and it's just completely packed out. And the way that I was introduced to Kansas from a young age was my uncle. He actually was the assistant coach for basketball. And I would go up there with my family to watch the basketball games, and I was like, oh, Allen Fieldhouse, basketball, whatever. And I never really thought about it because I wasn't playing volleyball. So then when I didn't start playing volleyball up until I was 14, or 15, and I didn't really think of it to be I'm gonna go to Kansas. No way. That's just not realistic. And then so I started going there for camps. And then Coach B had ended up talking to my family, being like, "Oh, your daughter's plays volleyball. She's pretty good. You should play club, whatever." And then just over time, I started to think I was dang, Kansas, I could really go to Kansas, And then yeah.
So there's ties there. There's deep ties in Jayhawk country.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So you being Big 12 next season. Which team do you look forward to the most?
Number one, we got to get back at K-State. That loss really.
Yes, you do.
I was that's just
that had me just on the edge of my couch.
That was probably number one, and then Arizona State. We got to be.
It's gonna be a good match. You do.
And other teams, like when they played like in the other like out of conference like games, like when they played like Penn State and like Wisconsin, like I would love to like play those teams because like we went to 5 with Wisconsin, we were there,
Yeah.
like we were.
You were there. Mm-hmm.
Because everybody was doubting us. I was like, nah, watch out, Kansas is coming.
I just was, Kansas is there. I can't wait to see you added to that.
Well, and I think Coach had talked about that, upping the non-conference schedule. It's one thing he learned when he was in the Big Ten. I think that was priority number one. So look for more of that during your career. Is a better and better non-conference schedule every year. So look for more games like that, or more matches like that, not less. So yeah, you should be playing. I mean, where were you? I think they were at Nebraska Omaha for a weekend, and I would look for more Big Ten type matches to replace that, in the future. So so it exciting things, and I think the fan base is there. And Lawrence is it's a college town.
Yeah, it's a great place. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, Ryan, great to meet you and talk with you, and good luck to your class. I think it's exciting, and with the 27s you have coming, it's things are only going to get better, and you got the right guy at the helm. I think you got a great head coach leading you guys. So well, thanks for joining us.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, we'll see you on the club tour this winter. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Take care. Ryan Souther, everybody. Well, before we play Coach's interview, and then we have Coach Kelsey coming on. Like I said, to end things at 7:30, let's bring up some more of those conferences, and we can pull those up if I can. All right. So, and we talked about the Big Ten. I think we covered that. Let's go into the Big 12. We did that. I missed. Ran out of time with the logo here, so apologize. But again, with Kansas this year, and part of the reason I like the move for Coach Ulmer and his staff was, I think it's a great place to recruit to.
Right.
And I really do just think they should. There's no reason Kansas should not, after this year, and they get the growing pains out of the way, I don't know. Don't you think they should, 3 out of 4 years, shouldn't they win that conference?
Oh, 100%. Definitely. I like I said, I was like we were talking earlier, the trajectory is only up for them. Especially with this class and the next class he has coming in. I don't see them not. It'd be shocking if not. He's doing something great there. Again, he's a great recruiter, a great coach. Added to a great program, that all equals success. So excited to see what that looks like for the future of Kansas. But again, big shoes to fill coming into this next season for Kansas, those seniors that are leaving.
Right. But that was my thing. And I know Arizona State has had a great run. I just haven't, when you look at the recruiting end of things, I don't know. And their class next year now, their 27 class is looking better. They move, it moves up quite a bit. But they actually take some Minnesota kids. They haven't done the job in the Phoenix area yet, but I just think recruiting wise, I don't know. And they've been more transfer portal, but I don't know. that's been my thing with Kansas is you should win that conference most of the time. You should be one of the top, I think 15, if not 10. I mean, I think he can have top 10 classes like he did at Oregon.
Oh, definitely.
And then you're in the Big 12, and this is not disrespect, but if his Oregon teams did what they did in the Big 10, he can do that in the Big 12.
Oh, winning the Big 12, no doubt. And no disrespect to the Big 12. But
right.
Again,
Yeah,
what
and
Matt did at Oregon in those, years was fantastic.
Zach, put those Sun Devil fingers down. You know what I'm talking about. But Zach back there in the control room is the Sun Devil. And I would love it. And he is right. They have done it. But Kansas is a Sweet 16, or has been a Sweet 16, right? Elite Eight. They're already there.
They're there. Mm-hmm.
And now you're adding an even more of a commitment to volleyball in a hotbed. But anyways, that's why I thought, because with Creighton, it's like you look at Creighton, and I know Brian will get upset with me, but Creighton is going to win the Big East every single year, right? And so you're going to get your recruits. You're going to schedule a tough non-conference. You're going to get through that, just like this year. They took their bumps, non-conference, but then you go plow through the Big East, and you end up 8-12. You host 2 rounds of the tournament, and on a good year, you are a top 8 seed. Well, now you're in the Elite Eight.
Right.
See, that's just how easy volleyball is, I guess. No, I'm just joking. But what I mean is, when you're in the Big 12, that's easier to do when you're in the Big 10.
100%. Yeah. Although this year is a different year for Big 10, but typically, yes.
Right. Yeah, there won't be that many injuries.
My big thing here, looking at this, I didn't look at this before, but now looking at it, I like what she's doing over there at West Virginia.
I do too. Yes.
It being what it's been in the past decade. Wow, that's impressive.
And they would be the opposite. They would be the exception to the rule of their class. If you go and look at West Virginia's signing class, they have added depth that they need because they're still trying to build, I think, and improve talent. Now, I'm talking in generalizations. Okay, I do not have their roster memorized. I don't.
Yeah, me either.
No, but when you're simply trying to improve depth, and that's what when Mac was still with me, we talked about Ohio State this year. The difference with Ohio State at the beginning of the 27 class, they added a couple athletes that were Big Ten athletes. Right. And that's what they needed. They needed more Big Ten caliber athletes. Right.
Right.
And with West Virginia, you're just trying to improve the overall athletic ability program wide. And that's how all the programs that are trying to improve athletically or move up in a conference are simply trying to improve everywhere, right, and upgrade.
Right.
And they've done a great job. And then next year's, I think their 27 class is even better. And they've got a couple signature wins this year, and now they have some momentum, right?
Right.
Ryan texted us, Zach, will you go in? Ryan Sadler just messaged and said, can we change her position to outside? Just on the site, will you go change that to outside before I forget, for Ryan Sadler? Thanks, buddy.
And I definitely, before we move on from West Virginia, I definitely see her going into the portal for sure and getting some big hitters myself. So it won't be shocking.
Now, when we talk next year, she's got, we're going to talk about that same last name, an outside hitter in the 28th class.
Okay.
Her daughter plays for Edge, the new Edge club out of Pittsburgh.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Well, you know why that is? Because you obviously don't subscribe to vbadrenaline.com.
Yes, I know I need to.
Now I know you don't, and a little upset because you know she's one of our favorites. She's really good.
Yeah,
and she's strong. But yeah, she's one of the gems of the 28 outsides that is really, really good. And she plays on the same club team with Knox, and the really good setter out of Pittsburgh. And yeah, so that's for another time. What this time is time for our next guest. And we're going to put this away, and we're going to introduce the young lady that we followed around the camp tour. And I'm a little upset with her because she forgot. I don't know if she remembers this. Reese,
Hi.
how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. You forgot to give me the insider scoop before you committed so I could breaking news.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I survived.
I'm so sorry. That was a while ago.
That was a while ago. Congratulations, War
Thank
Eagle.
you.
Yeah, how does it feel?
I mean, I woke up this morning and it felt like Christmas. I'm so excited.
Yeah. You now remind me how far, because Auburn is close to home. Yes.
Yes, it's only 4.5.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice. So that'll be nice to be in the region, and I just like the last two classes, your class, and then the 27s as well, that staff is working on, and what they're doing. But talk about, other than it being close, what did you like with Auburn?
I love the culture with the team and with the coaches, but I really loved the culture with the school. And my mom gave me really great advice about if I, God forbid, broke my leg or tore an ACL or something, where would I want to go to school? And I would just be a student and couldn't play volleyball. And I feel like when I heard that from my mom, that was just the game changer, and that did it for me.
Yeah. So you were no one who really took a look at more than just volleyball.
Yes, completely. I really value safety, and I really value like culture. I'm a Southern girl at heart. I love the South. I knew I wanted to stay in the South. I didn't love a big city, so that was really big for me, and Auburn checked all those boxes.
Yeah, it's a little gem there on the plains, as they say, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's not very big. Like, how big is the town?
It's not
I
big.
know I am not like I come from Sparmer, South Carolina. It's not a big town, and I know Auburn's smaller than that. So that's crazy to me, but it's an awesome environment, great college town. It's like everything you think about when you think of a college town.
Yeah. They and all the traditions of the SEC and all the cool stuff. What about the staff and the volleyball? And have you because now this summer you would have gone back camps, now that you're a commit or verbal, what did you think going back this summer? Did it reiterate yeah, this is the place for me? What was it like going back as a verbal commit this summer?
Yeah, I think they spent a lot of time trying to teach us what we're gonna learn when we get there and getting us into the system. So that was really cool. And I've always loved learning and trying to be the best version of myself. So I liked being a sponge and learning how they teach stuff and what they want us to do. So that was really cool. And they added another Rachel to the staff, Rachel Sunder, and she's obviously amazing. She's a national champion, was an MVP in that outside hitter, so she brings a lot of knowledge and experience to the team. And I mean, when I committed to Auburn, Coach Crouch had a huge argument for me, and he just really sold me as soon as I got on the call with him. So I trust them, and I think they have my best interest at heart, so that'll be good.
Nice. Eric?
And when you're going through your process, was it heavy favorite of Auburn, or was there you were kind of just options kind of open? I'm just gonna take it for what I can. How'd you run with that?
Yeah, it was kind of tough because I knew I wanted to be in the SEC, and I had a lot of great options, and I had a list, a top 3 that I was completely sold on, didn't know which one I wanted to go to out of those 3. And I prayed to God, and I was like, God, tell me where I need to go. And I went to bed one night, had no idea where I was going to go. And I woke up the next morning and I felt the Holy Spirit's presence. And he was like, you need to go to Auburn. And I was like, yep. I just felt at peace, and none of my parents were at home, and I texted them. I was like, I made my decision, and they're like, what? You went to bed not knowing.
Hey, he works in great ways, so that's amazing to hear. Throughout that process, what do you think you're going to take from it? What's the biggest thing you're going to take from that process?
Yeah, I feel like I learned a bunch of life skills. So the recruiting is basically doing interviews for work and stuff. And I know I want to go to med school, so I'm majoring in biomedical sciences at Auburn, but it'll just help me the interview process for med school and then jobs in the future. So that's really helppful. And doing stuff like this helps me do interviews and talk to people and communicate. So it's all helpful.
Right. And that's because you're going for a really hard program, med school, and you're less than the 1% playing collegiate volleyball, on a scholarship. So that's amazing what you're doing.
Thank you.
What have you seen? We actually talked about this way back, but the growth of the sport, and you doing an interview as a prospect, but now a year and a half later, and a signing day show, and you go into the SEC, and now there's an SEC tournament, just like there's an SEC basketball tournament, right? And all of the big things. Do you still look back and say, wow, how the sport's growing, and think how fortunate you are, or just pinch yourself wow, I'm part of this?
Yeah, it's truly amazing because when I first started playing volleyball, I was probably 11 years old, and where I'm from in South Carolina, people play softball and they play soccer, and they did not play volleyball. So it was kind of crazy. I had a really good group around me, and we all go to high school together, so that was really helpful for stay and having a good high school season. But I feel like we were fundamental for the growth, especially in the area around us, because nobody was playing it. And now all these middle schoolers are playing volleyball, and the academies are filling up, and all these club teams are coming up around us. So it's really cool to see. But it was not really a thing early on.
Yeah. How far, help me with my geography, but Savannah, where is it? Savannah, the tournaments in Georgia though, right? The SEC
Yeah,
tournament.
I'm pretty sure it's in Savannah. We are like
Yeah, it's in Savannah. Yeah.
3.5 from Atlanta. So probably, I'm trying to think, probably like 5 from Savannah. Yeah. Because Charleston is like 4 from us, and it's like an hour from Charleston. So I'm having to do math.
Hey, you might need that. That's a life skill.
Yes.
They, I
But
don't know. Every time I hear that, I just think, I think of, Atlanta, Charleston, and all the major cities down south where they should have that conference tournament. And then I hear Savannah, and I'm like, why are they having the SEC tournament in some little community center? Like,
I heard it's a cool
yeah.
town though, for real. So maybe it's a spot to check out.
Well, load the dogs up, and we'll just road trip.
right.
Yes.
And you mentioned you were heavy on like SEC. What match are you most excited for?
Well, Auburn's playing Texas right now, so that's a really
They
big one.
are. They are.
I don't know how it's going because obviously I'm on this with you, but
I got
that's
it playing
always a
right
fun
next to me.
one. I love
I
watching
got it
Nebraska
playing.
volleyball, so they're not in the
Okay.
SEC, but they're just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's turn that program around. I mean, you guys and being part of it, and you'll have a totally different perspective when you're in it and you're training full time. And I always like talking to the athletes after a year, and you're on the other side, and you're the athlete, and it's not a bad thing. It's just, it's your job now. And you look at it different of, it's like now you are the one everybody's watching, and it's kind of like the actor or actress in a movie. It's like you don't look at it like the movie anymore. You're look at it like your job. So it's interesting to talk to you guys after a year, and the role reversal, right? Of like, God, a year ago I was like on the couch watching me. Now I'm doing that. So it's cool. But I don't know if I asked you, but you'll go right away in January, or?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yep. Oh,
Very
man.
soon.
Very soon. Yeah. Yeah. Happy holidays. And then you're off. So, but like you said,
Reese, you mentioned that the girls in your area are heavy on soccer and softball. What would you tell those new girls, that are coming behind you, that are going to eventually go through the process you just went through? Any advice for them?
Yeah, I mean, I would always say trust your gut and do the hard work when no one else is watching, because that's the biggest thing. Hard work, it gets you whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, Reese,
Amen.
we'll let you go so you can watch that Texas Auburn match, and congrats on you becoming.
Congrats.
Yeah, you
Thank
becoming
you.
one of them, and joining the college ranks. So thanks for taking the time, and best of luck.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
Congrats.
yeah. Good luck as you head to Auburn. Take care.
Thank
Good luck.
you. Bye.
Yeah, you want to talk about somebody with a power arm? That's Reese. And she was one of those. Great story when you follow the camp tour, and she had the ACC and SEC were 2/3 of them were all after her, and she had quite the interest list after her at the end of camp season. But let's take a look at SEC. We talked about a little bit, and we talked about some players, but as we wait for Coach Kelsey, but
Yeah, I was kind of bummed that I didn't get to be on earlier with Coach Skinner, because I was like, how are you going to manage this roster next year? I mean, you got 5 outsides, 3 setters. Like, wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have talked about it, but I don't, unfortunately, there's going to be roster turnover there, and
that's going to be a big one to watch out for.
Yeah, and there's just, they've been so fortunate to manage all that. I'm sure they're planning for some. And the problem is that I don't know. I don't know. Problem is what you'll probably need is one big time legit star, and they have several really good players. But the one I still love is Hannah Benjamin, who is, still Under Armour All-American, who tore her ACL before all of their freshman year. So coming in, I don't know how everybody but she came in and I watched her and Thigpen at the All-Star match, and she was as good as the Nebraska commits at that Under Armour match that year. And she was really, really good on the pin. And they're definitely Elite Eight team. They don't beat Pittsburgh, obviously, in the Elite Eight, but to go to the Final Four. But they're a much better team if she plays rather than one of their upperclassmen, I think, that year. And she blew out her ACL and is coming back from that, and just had, wasn't back this year. Now, does she replace, oh my goodness. We're not replacing our outside All-American Player of the Year candidate this year, but that's the problem. Is that's the only thing you need, either that or unbelievable middle. And and they have just really good players. And so
next one I want to mention is this. There were two big ones that kind of like stand out. Is Georgia at 4, then Florida at 15. I get the coaching turnover with Florida, so I mean,
so yeah, I'm sorry. Florida only has one commit. So they don't, and I explained that. I'm sorry. I explained that before. So when you only have one commit, you don't have a recruiting class. So yes, that's why I apologize. They were the ones, they only have one commit. So with ours, you don't have a recruiting class, you have a recruit. And that's the only way, because they actually, because we do it with an average. That was just a rule we made from the very beginning. If you only have one, you just don't qualify. So
makes sense. Makes total sense. I agree.
And they don't. Now, I will tell you that their 27 class though is I want to say eighth or ninth.
So big jump
drop. But the Georgia class, 3 solid recruits led by Gigi. I say Artelius, but I'm not sure if that's pronounced correctly, but an All-American outside from Tribe. And that's what we talked about this afternoon. They were really aggressive and went out and got her on day one. A&M just had a deep class. So their average wasn't extremely high, but go look at their 27 class and much, much different.
Morris is on to something over there at A&M. That Jamie is definitely on to something over there at A&M for sure.
You get him. Yeah. He's been whistling every day. He's pretty darn happy about, the freshman class this year. I don't know. That was his first class.
Yes.
his first class. And then this 27 class with Sophie Peterson, just because the way, cap management, if you will, that's a perfect example of the new way of college volleyball. That's example right there. And Sophie goes to Texas A&M, and they get her, and that wouldn't have happened. That wouldn't have happened in previous years.
Right.
In previous years, 1, 2, and 3, Nebraska just takes whoever they want. If they're taking a setter, right? And Wisconsin takes whoever they want if it was their year to take a setter. In the days of hey, every 2 years we take a setter are kind of gone. At least that's the way I was. Coaches kind of taught me is every 2 years take a setter, and that there were 6 or 7 schools that passed this year on a setter and waited till the 28 class, not 6 or 7, 3 or 4 different schools that in the top 25 waited, and they'll take one. They're going to take one in 2028.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's different philosophies already because of the economics, or I shouldn't say economics, because of the changing rules of recruiting. And so it's interesting, confusing, frustrating, depending on what side of the recruiting game you're on, I guess,
Yeah.
But I did want to talk about Vanderbilt and
Yes.
Jordan Southall. Jordan Southall is somebody I would watch out for. Now I've made no bones about it. I love the Vandy staff. I love Nashville, right? I mean, come on. If you can't recruit to Nashville, come on. But no, the Vandy staff and they were all recruiters previously. This has been, I think a long first year for them, but you had a brand new program thrown into the SEC, and it was tough, right? But for them to go get their future setter, which Victoriano was sought after by several, I would say, top 50 programs. So that was a big win for them. And then Jordan Southall was somebody who the year before her 15s year was I'm trying to think, what do we have her? Let me just look overall. Zach, can you see what we had Jordan Southall at as far as what number outside hitter? Zach, look that up real quick and go look on that All-American list. I think we'll have. But she had an injury and kind of a couple nagging injuries, and she was just dinged up and played and just did not have a good season. And her recruiting stock just kind of dropped, and it cooled a lot of people. And a lot of schools just kind of lost, I don't know if it was lost interest or what they did. And Vandy stayed on her the entire year. And you want to talk about I think a big time recruiting win. That's an SEC talent that I think they is going to be a big time win for them. And I don't know skill wise if she's SEC ready right away, but we work with her. I think those are two starters in a class right away with definite SEC athletic ability for Vandy. And you don't need more than that, right? We have her as the number 12 outside hitter in the class. So for them to get that, and I think the number six or seven setter in the class. So great year for Anders Nelson and the Vandy staff.
Oh yeah, that's he has a fantastic crew over there. So I have no doubt that they're going to get her right together and ready for SEC.
Yeah. This is a conference too, when you look and then go, if you want to go on our site and you like that sort of thing, go take a peek at the 27s because Alabama is higher. South Carolina has a great 27 class. Mizzou has a really solid class. LSU goes all in 27. And, Tennessee, oddly enough, struggles again in 27. Florida moves up again. They only had one athletic one and 230s, I think, for their outside hitter. But so as we go on, as we wait for Coach to show on, let's go on. Here's some of if you want to talk about our top 10s, we go through, and again, these are just our PPV power levels, not our numbers. These are just the levels that they're on. Remember, we go diamond, gold, silver, elite red, elite red, elite orange, and so on. So these are rated by level, not by number. And we'll just go through them and talk about them, how our final ratings ended up. And so it's the level that they're on, and we don't give their exact scores out here. They do have an exact score, but here we just put them in order by what level they're on rather than reveal their score. So so at middle, you can take a look. And what do you think, Eric, as you can break us down? Feel free. Let me know what you think. And like a couple of them actually messaged me, and I said, you know what? This is all out the window now. So you're all on your own. This doesn't mean anything anymore, but
and this is for 26s or 27s?
These are the 26s that just committed. But here's how they ended. Here's how they ended in our rankings with their final PPVs, but we just put the levels up rather than put their final PPVs.
Yeah. I mean, for starting with, Wisconsin, I believe that's another middle position that's going to come open with, I think, Booth, is a senior, I believe. So, I mean, she has a very good chance, of getting in there. Again, big middle there that I could see contend for that starting position. Looks like Penn State again this is a huge freshman class with a bunch of seniors leading in these key roles that I could see them initially going in and just, competing for the job. Again, Keani Williams, Nebraska, placing Becca Alec there this year. Brooke Harwood, I believe at UCLA, I think their middles are not graduating this year, I want to say. Could be speaking wrong.
Well, PK has to be done. If
Yeah, she's not playing right now though. Yeah,
But yeah, as far as like a roster spot, anyways.
correct.
Yeah.
But definitely, again, I feel like at UCLA can go in and make noise. Going down to Louisville with is it Amira?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Kara Cressy just again be leaving as well, so it opens up another spot. I believe she's a senior.
Yep. She
don't
is.
kill me if I'm wrong, but I believe she is. That's another spot opening. So, I mean, the spots are opening, and this is a huge class coming in. So I have no doubt that they're going to go in there and not compete. From day one, because a lot of these, I believe, we've talked to, how many girls today, and they're like, I'm going in January, so that's going to give them, an upper hand when it comes to gelling with the setters and the team and the chemistry, and that's huge when you're going in, a semester early, and acclimating. That biggest adjustment is just getting used to the college lifestyle, and that alleviates some pressure, going into season in August, and it has a huge impact, I think, on girls. And you see it right now. That's why I feel like there's an uptick in girls getting there in January, because it sets them apart from their peers, skill wise and just mental toughness and readiness. So
let's ask somebody who really knows. Let's add our newest guest, Coach Kristen Kelsey. How are you?
Hey guys, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. We're good. Coach, this is Eric from Women's Volleyball Nerds. He's the
Hi, Eric.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I just was asking. I was having him break down my final evals on top 10 middles. So I said, let's ask somebody who really knows. And do you want to critique?
I'm looking at it. I'm checking it out right now.
I think I had Northern higher than most people.
Yeah, but and that kid's got potential, man. That kid is physical.
Thank you. I had the number 3. Of course, I had her lower than Big Red Nation. So, of course, that's
well, you got my girl Lane on there, my Minnesota Gopher. Yeah. No, this looks great. I think it's a pretty well-rounded list, and there's some there's some I love when you include athletes who are not necessarily always the ones that everybody knows, right? And maybe that's me because I have a chip on my shoulder from my recruiting process. But sometimes I think it's are you recruiting them their potential? Are you recruiting where they're at right now? Or there's a lot of different ways that you can look at a high school athlete. And so I think this list is great.
And just on cue, here we go. Actually, you're for you, and there you go, Coach. My sign in the background.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, for sure. But so we'll get rid of that. But how are you?
I'm great. I'm great. It's been a busy couple of days. We had an awesome West Coast trip and then came back late Sunday night, turned around signing day, home weekend. But things are really good. It's been a lot of fun so far this season.
They had your first class. So we had Coach Ulmer on earlier today as well. And so we asked him, but do you consider, like, with the time when you come in and working on this and working on it late, the first class, and putting your touches on it, your first class, and how hard was it? How difficult was it? How much work was it? coming in when you got the job and trying to turn it, what was it like with this class, not talking about the 27s?
Yeah, it was really, really important to me for not only this class, but for all of the athletes on our roster, that they understood how much I appreciated their loyalty in the transition. And that was something that with our current student athletes was a major goal for me right away. As I made a vow, honestly, to myself that I talked to every athlete currently on the roster when I got hired before I talked to anybody in the transfer portal, because it was important that the athletes in the program who stayed on the roster had the conversation with me first. And then, I talked to athletes in the portal. And so that's how I handled the 2026 class, as well as I talked to these athletes, right, who had committed to Michigan State, regardless of who they committed to. They had decided they want to be a Spartan. And as a Spartan, right, that means a lot to me. And it wasn't something that I was going to take lightly. And so this class has shuffled itself a little bit in the changeover, right, of staff. Some of it was prior to me even being hired. But these guys stayed loyal, and I did home visits with each of them. I met them off campus. I got to know them and their families. I really looked at why they chose Michigan State, right? What was it for? What's their why? Is that going to fit with the future of this program, of this chapter? And then what were the transfers I was going to bring in, right? Like, I think that was part of it too, is their uncertainty, a little bit of what of the ages of the freshmen that I would bring in, the transfer that I'd be in. And yet through all of the change and through all of the additions, Colby, Maddie, and Alana all stayed really loyal to this program. And I'm fired up that they're going to be here with us pretty soon.
Yeah. So how does that go in fitting in? Because I didn't even remember that I had met, I met Colby and her dad at the Triple Crown concession stand. Walker at the concession stand at Triple Crown 2 years ago, and they made a player profile. And then, as I was putting this all together, I'm like, "Hey, I totally forgot that was her." And and so such a small world, but they fit in an East Coast, because she doesn't come from a huge club.
Yeah.
And East Coast. So talk about her a little bit, if you could, and we'll go through each recruit just real quick.
Yeah. I think one thing that really defines Colby and her family is just her work ethic, and that is one thing that I've seen, going out there to do a home visit, learning a little bit about her and her family. But she just works so hard, and she is coach, whatever you need from me. I can hit on both pins. I can pass. I can do everything. And that's one thing that I was really impressed with her, is just her volleyball skill, right? Like, she's a really smooth volleyball player. She can do all of the little things. She's got versatility that will help us. We're going to lose 2 pins this fall in graduating seniors. And so that was something that I loved, getting to know her and her family and her why, but also watching her play, just knowing that, it's really hard to be a pin in the Big Ten and not be able to pass. And she can do that. And she brings some depth to that position that we're going to need.
And I think that's also a testament into you and your connection with the program. That's who you are. That's your identity. And it ties it all into those 3 athletes. So I think it's a cool thing to see, and what you're doing with the program this season.
Well, it's I'm biased, but it's such a privilege to be a Spartan, and it's one of our core values, is our Spartan family. And so who we add to the Spartan family, I knew when I got hired, that was going to be the most important decisions I made, was going to be the people, and that's my staff as well as the athletes that we add. And so it was really important to me that they were the right character individuals and they were the right culture pieces, because I know where I want this program to go. And Colby and all 3 of them they fit that exact mold that we were looking for.
Go ahead, keep moving. So we talked about Colby, I don't have my list, who it's been a long day. Who's next after?
Maddie. So Maddie Andrews is the other outside. Yep. And she's from Portland, also
Yes.
a smaller club, Athena, where two of the GAs who were at Nebraska, who I worked with at Volleyball Club Nebraska, coached. Actually, they were her club coaches. And so in the transition, it was pretty cool because I had not yet chatted with her, and both her club coaches and the director were like, hey, like, you're going to love Kristen, you know, and they're calling me being like, Maddie's the best. It was pretty cool, like how small of a world volleyball is. And fired up about Maddie. We got to see her last weekend actually at our Oregon match. And she's got a live arm, man. This kid's got a Big Ten arm. And I think I'm so excited to see her in our gym. You know, both Maddie and Colby will be here in January. And she's gonna light some balls up, and we're excited to add her again, her volleyball skill. She also can do it all. She can pass. But she's got some heat, and I'm excited to add that to our gym.
Yeah. And then closing it out with
Alana from Alana Elite. Yep. Who is an outside in high school. She had 27 kills in their sectional final match last week. Lost to Maris the other night, you know, to go downstate. Will probably be in the DS Libero role for us here at Michigan State. But knowing that she can do it all is pretty special. Is another athlete that just has been a Spartan through and through in this whole process. And they're actually all coming up this weekend. So we're excited to have them on campus and to get together.
So what has it been, the response and just the buy-in, your first year, the first season, the transition? You know, he came with a ton of enthusiasm, and I know you're going to tell me he's been amazing, but it hasn't been, I know you're going to, but really tell me, no, what has been everything you anticipated, the community, year one? Is it what you're expecting? And
yeah, I mean, there's okay, I'll lead with what you're not expecting. There's definitely been challenges, right? Like being a first-time head coach is sitting on the other side of the desk. You know, I've called Keegan a couple of times and asked for some advice, right? I've called my mentors. But there really is such a depth to the impact that I can have as the head coach, right? And that is something I don't take for granted. And it's a privilege, right? It's a privilege to be able to lead this group of young women who, gosh, I am eternally grateful for that I had the privilege of coaching this group of young people in my first year. Because you know what, Darren and Eric, like, I don't know if I've ever coached a team that has consistently and fully, like every member on the team, shown up every day and give us everything that they have. I mean, since our first meeting or since our transfers and our additions first day on campus, they have been all into our mission, all into our values. And to be able to be where we are, you know, with the success that we have is just the cherry on top, because this team truly loves the process and has been bought in to what we're building. And I know that's not like that everywhere. And I've been on teams where that's not like it. And so to have this group in year one has just been the biggest blessing.
Yeah. Well, I talked with, you know, Keegan as well and everything they've gone through. And I texted him because, you know, I've had my frustrations with Minnesota sports, being a 50-year Minnesota sports fan. And I told him I love watching his team and your team for the simple fact that fans will show up if they play as hard as his group and as injury riddled as they've been, because they played the same way as exactly what you're saying. Right. Yeah. And I'm like, I said, I love watching his team for the same reasons. They battle, and you've had a large part to do with that team as well, right? And I understand that, and people will show up and can get behind that no matter where you're at. Right? And I would expect nothing else from your team than they have those values, and I don't think you would tolerate, I don't think a Kristen Kelsey team would tolerate anything less.
No, and you know what? Like, I mean, if you look at our scores in this past weekend, 33-31, 30-28. I mean, we were up 13-10 in the fifth to Oregon and win it 16-14. Just like some knockdown, drag down battles that they just go and they go hard and they go together, and we're learning how to win, right? We're still not playing our best volleyball, which is wow, so awesome that we can still keep improving, but they're staying in the moment and staying process focused. And it's been just so much fun.
Yeah. I mean, I said that this afternoon, you can't talk about them, but I can talk about the 27s. I see the kids you're recruiting and I get it. Like there's a common theme to them. They have grit, they have heart, they have character, and that's what you are. Like I don't cheer for people with not character, and I cheer for you. So
Well, thanks, Darren. I appreciate your support.
yeah, I mean, my support and $5 will get you coffee. And so, hey, let's go. Let's go NIL bucks, right? Like, no, but what about the community? What's Spartan Nation, doing? How has that been? How's the support been there?
Oh, it's been awesome. I mean, being back, I'm so lucky. Like I say this all the time, being back at the head coach where I not only played, but then coached for 4 years. I mean, I spent almost 10 years in East Lansing before I came back here. I mean, our equipment manager, Juan, is the same one since my freshman year. My sport administrator has known me since I was 18, right? Like my freshman year econ professor, no joke, walked into my office last week. He's retired to tell me great job and that his granddaughter was going to be in Seattle and wanted to meet me. Like what, like that story just doesn't exist anywhere else for me, and so I think the athletes feel that. I think they feel and they know how much I love this place. They feel and know how much this place means to me. And so when we talk about the Spartan family, it's not just this like recruiting jargon, right? It's like, no, like this is my home, this is my life, and I love this place, and I want to give back to these women what this place gave me, because it raised me, and so from the support standpoint, our new AD, Jay's been phenomenal. He's been in almost every match. Our president of our university texted me a couple weeks ago after we beat Michigan, sent me a photo from the match, put it on his, like the president of the university, so there's just a lot of excitement. It's been a lot of fun. Our attendance has been awesome, and we've loved being home in Breslin.
Did you say your athletic director has gone to your matches?
Yeah, he's been at almost all of the ones they've been in town for.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Not many do that. So
no,
that's
awesome.
It's
been really cool. Yeah.
And you mentioned, like again, we follow your games. Y'all are playing these extra points. Y'all are going the distance with these teams. They're not, cakewalks. And it's great to see, turn over that program from what it was, in the past. So at what point in the season have you felt like, okay, these ladies, they bought into your vision? Like at what point have you felt that?
That's a good question, Eric. I think we added quite a few over the summer, but for the returners, that I'll be honest, like that first meeting, I asked them all to like close their laptop, and I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna earn your trust, and I don't expect to have it today." Right? Like you all came to Michigan State on very different circumstances to very different people. And transitions are really hard, right? Evie Duzman, I'm your third head coach in 4 years, right? Like transitions are hard. And maybe your best friend is no longer on the team, or maybe your favorite coach is no longer here, or, and I'm here for that. I'm here for all of it. I'm here for the exciting highs, and I'm here for your hardest days. And I'm going to earn your trust, and we're going to get to know each other, and it's not going to be immediate, and that's okay. But I'm here for all of it. And I just saw them all kind of like take a deep breath, and it took some time. It's relationship building. So some people are in my office after that meeting, boom, boom, boom. And some people, it's February, it's March, and they finally come to you with a problem or an issue. And you're like, okay, we're earning this trust, right? We're building this relationship. And so that's the kind of coach that I am. I say, I'm not always going to agree with you. I'm not always going to, tell you what you want to hear, but I'm always here for the conversation. And I want you to know this is a safe place for us to have the conversations. And so I think, it's looked different in the time that we've been together. But pretty early on, I was pretty moved by the just the buy-in and the hearts of these young women that I have the privilege of coaching.
Right. And I think it shows, just watching and, being a viewer, it shows like the energy is there. They always look so cohesive, even when it's not going their way. They're always so in it. And it's cool to see like the whole bench, the staff, just look like one unit. So it's refreshing to see y'all's new program. So
Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that. We're doing everything that we can, and it's been a lot of fun.
We had asked this coach earlier, what, if anything, and you're in the Big Ten, which is, kind of means big bucks too. And what did the salary cap or rev share or whatever we're calling it, did that affect this class, or is it coming, and how has that changed things yet, or how significant has it affected like what you guys do?
Yeah.
How much different has it made your job?
I mean, which question do you want me to answer first? Has it affected this class? I think we're in a unique position because these athletes had committed, in a different perspective. And I think it affected the 27 class more, and I think it will continue to affect in terms of the decisions, right? I don't know how many of the 26 class made decisions based on that, where the 27s in the future will, because it's more certain now, right? Has it affected my job? 100%. I mean, I left and Keegan hired a GM for my position. That shows you what I was doing at my,
Right.
But I think the way I like to look at it is that my mission as a coach and my why is to give these young people a transformational experience, right? And I don't want it to be transactional. And yet there is a lot of transactional parts of it, right? Whether it's scholarship or NIL or rev share or playing time. I mean, let's take out the money. There's always been a transactional relationship with playing time. So instead, it's just another piece of the puzzle. And I firmly believe that I can still have our athletes have a transformational experience. And now the NIL and now the rev share and now those things get to be the cherry on top, right? It gets to allow our international student athletes to buy a plane ticket home, right? We get to use it for different ways. And part of me is like, finally, right? Female athletics are getting a share of it, right? Like there's part of me that's like, basketball, football, they've been doing this above or below board for years. And so finally, like the women are getting a share of it. And I don't ever want it to change my mission, or I don't ever want it to be a reason that a student athlete chooses to be a Spartan, because it's not our core value. But I do believe that there is a benefit and a perk in it that can help create the transformational experience, but it shouldn't be their why.
Right. And I know I don't know. I just think when parents are so in the dark about, like, think of what you just said, GM, rev share, NIL, scholarship. And some of these parents are going through this one time.
Yeah.
Just somebody map things out for them, right?
Yeah.
You guys get to go through it every year, and some of you guys are confused.
Yeah. And I think, Darren, too, like, we're going to get better at it, because July 1 was the first time that it actually went into effect. So even looking back in the process this summer, I think as we have more context and more history, with it, I think the education will be better from us, and then hopefully with club coaches, and then hopefully parents of kids who've gone through it, because it's a new time, it's a new era. And so there are a lot of confusing pieces, and there are a lot of confused parents because it's so new still.
Yeah. I'm just like, don't murder the person who's trying to be a messenger and help people. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of confused people out there, and just, it's like, hey, when you're trying to help, like, don't murder somebody who's trying to help. And because it is new, and there are people in the dark, and it's like, it is a part of it. And like you said, it's good for people to do that, because like you
Right.
said, football and basketball have gotten it for years. Thank God volleyball's getting it. Let's not act like it's the scarlet letter, right?
Yeah, I think we can use it for good. And
Yeah.
that's how I look at it, right? Of like, we're able to use this to help transform our athletes' experiences. Awesome. You know, and there's other parts to it that I maybe don't love, but my job is to take it and to help our athletes have an incredible experience. And so that's what I'm trying to
Tell
do.
your peers to stop throwing rocks at me then for okay? Would you? Would you?
I'll try my best, Darren. I'll try my best.
Yeah, you can beat them up for me, can you? The big ones, the big ones, the
Got
big
it.
people. All right, hey, but so you are rolling through year one. What is? I mean, where are we at tournament wise? Like rolling postseason. What's all that looking like for Spartans?
Oh man, you're not gonna like this answer, but we're staying very process focused. You know, we're 18-6, which is the most wins since 2017. And that was the last year that we made the NCAA tournament. And so I told our team this yesterday is we're gonna keep the same goals we've had all year. And none of our goals have been outcome based. We haven't asked them to win a certain number of matches or to be this or that. It's just, can you live our values and can you be committed to improving? And we got better today at practice, and that's improvement, right? And we had a conversation about our values. And so, we're in this final stretch. We got a lot of work to do, but we're going to try to stay as process focused and keep all the chaos, outside of our bubble. So that's our goal here in our last 3 weeks.
And the good Lord willing, I can help the ball club.
There you go.
Oh, Coach, I love you. You're the best. So, we'll let you go. Thank you for making your time.
Yes, thank
And
you.
people, if you're out there listening, do you understand what I mean now when I talk about there's a difference when you listen to coaches? Eric, do you understand now? You listen to this lady, right? Like,
100%.
now when I ask kids about culture, right?
Mhm.
And they all say culture
That's it.
Culture is not the same, right? She can't BS you.
Yeah.
That's not BS. Coach, you're amazing.
Thanks,
Right?
guys.
You keep helping. Yes, I will see you. And
Good
I don't
luck.
care. I'm getting a media pass, and I don't want to talk to you anywhere other than practice at the Final Four. You got it?
Okay, man. Process one day at a time.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, all
Eric,
right.
it was very nice to
Yes,
meet you. Thanks for
likewise.
having me, guys.
We'll see you, Coach. We'll
Bye-bye.
see you. Kristen Kelsey. Oh, she's good for kids.
I mean,
I
just
like
talking
that.
to her, I was like so inspiring. It was like,
Yeah.
I would love to play for her. Like that was just, yeah.
Yeah, like some people are good for kids. Like you can't lie. You can't I just tell people watch that, and you don't make that stuff up. You just, and I don't know, I'm just research that stuff.
I just love like her message behind, the funding and, I want them to be a Spartan. I love that. You came to be a Spartan, not for the, revenue. It's just such a cool message. And I feel that these young ladies need to hear that,
Yeah.
It's an experience, yeah.
Well, and she's been there and she's fought through battles to get where she's at. And what I love, I am pretty lucky. We're going to hear from, we are going to hear from Coach Sam Erger in a little bit too from SMU. And I have gotten to know her. Now, she's had to fight for everything she has gotten as well. And she is one heck of a fighter. And
Such a fan. Gosh.
I am too. And she's had a very tough road to climb. Not everything has been given to her as well. And, she has a chip on her shoulder as well. And, when you get to know these people, roads are paved differently in the volleyball world. And I know that. My road has been much different because I'm not one of us, right? Like I get it. And it's not what Sam does for young athletes is empowering as well. And she teaches them to be strong as well. Some people not like she doesn't care. She loves and is passionate about her program and talks about that as well. And there's no doubt she loves SMU volleyball.
Through and through. That she is SMU through and through, for sure.
Like the city of Dallas.
Yes.
You know who she coaches for. And we'll pull her up and talk to kind of end the show. But as we go back, but yeah, Kristen, and when I talk about the difference and everybody gets upset, not everybody, but people. And I talked about when DBK took her new job. I told you this yesterday, right? The culture was going to change. And the reason is her communication and who she is as a person. And that's what's different with, Danny, the way she communicates with her athletes. Now, does every one of them start? Does every one of them play? No, coaching's tough, and you have to make a lot of tough decisions. And there's days you're grumpy, and you may yell at athletes. You might do that, but you communicate.
Right.
Would you want your daughter to play for Kristen Kelsey?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right. And so that's about. So we go through our positions. All right. So here we are. We go through our bros, and this is interesting. And I threw Caitlin Wynn on here, and a lot of people may not have heard of Caitlin, but Caitlin signed with Washington, but she played for a tiny, tiny club up in the Northwest. But if you've been to an USA volleyball event the last couple of years, she might have been the most popular athlete there. She's good. And I don't know. I heard rumblings, and she was at Texas's camp with Cagino. And obviously Emma was Texas's choice, but I had heard rumors that they had Cagino and Caitlin were their two bros that they had at camp. Now, that doesn't mean Caitlin was the one they're going to offer, but at their small camp, the experience, that was who they had. Now, the educational part is very, very important to Caitlin. But again, that's just an athlete who played for a very, very small club, upper Northeast, not much outside attention. But you go to USA volleyball stuff, she's super, super popular. That's huge, I think, for Washington. So we have her very, very high. Gabby Rodriguez came on at the end. Sydney Burley, I've been high on forever.
I'm excited about Gabby Rodriguez coming to A&M. Good get. Great get.
Yeah. And then she made the U19, which she just played for the U19 team a summer. And Coach Jamie's very excited as well, obviously. And she didn't come out of nowhere, but she really came on the last year and played really well this summer with that team. Now, Elsie, we talked with Dan this morning. I had the opportunity to interview her right after she committed, but that was one they went and scouted her over the spring, and I think kind of kept her under wraps and then signed her. That's been a spot where they're trying to beef that back up, that position back up at Louisville. Now you lose Elena Scott, right? You're going to drop off, but she's going to be good. She's going to be really good.
I think she's a great get.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, she's a culture fit. Now, Presley Thompson has been awesome on the West Coast. And I think that's UCLA. They are so excited for her. And Ellie Hepler, Indiana has had great signs at the Bro, obviously, with their commit and then decommit, before, but they've lined up some great liberos. Emma Friesch is a Midwest kid, ended up going to Tennessee. There were several top schools in on her, and ended up going to Tennessee. And then Erin Clark, the Arizona Storm, she was one of Arizona Storm's 3 libero DSs that I think all 3 of them went to a Division I school on that team. So how nice is that? But and then Lizzie Robinson, who interviewed just before you got here, and is heading to Oregon and is at Mater Dei, and so that's who we had. But the Bro position, really talented class this year. But anybody you like more than anybody else out of that group?
It's a really great list. I do what I find, I mean, great for the Indiana, Tennessee, Alabama, Oregon to get, these top 10 libs for this upcoming year. It's great for the growth of the game. That's what I'm talking about in regards to just spreading the wealth, and then these teams getting these top-notch, top-tier, athletes. What's really cool though about this, Lizzie Robertson and this Oregon team, I know it's first year there and just building this, they're already good. I'm really excited for that program to see where they're going, and their trajectory as well. And then adding this, Robinson, it's only gonna enhance their abilities. So excited about that one coming.
Yeah, well, Oregon's class was made very late, but very solid with Robinson.
Solid.
And then Laura Eichert, the USD decommit, and then they had the First Alliance middle who decommitted from Indiana and committed to Oregon, and really made their class as they kind of put the program back together, give it a new face, and get things rolling under Trent and that staff out there. So yeah, some big things there as well. I will tell you, for any recruits who are out there, when I talked with somebody, Texas, and I just was like, how do you decide when you really have the pick, or in essence the pick? How does it come down to Cugino? Because that's the question I have, right? And you have 1,000 liberos or 500 liberos in a gym, and you get anyone you want, right? Like, let's face it, that's kind of how it is with Texas and Nebraska. Like, you get I mean, say what you want, but really,
right? No, agreed.
Right? And I'm like, so how does it come down to that? And somebody's like, hey, you go to camps and you go to the big gym stuff and you go to the USA Volleyball and we watch, and then you narrow, you got to narrow down to 25, and then that list becomes 15, and then that list becomes 10, and that list becomes 5 pretty shortly. And they said at the end, a big part of it was, she just wasn't ever afraid to make mistakes. And at things like NTDP or qualifiers or camp, we didn't have to wait for her, she just jumped to the front of the line. And it was a new drill, and I watch for this all the time. Watch when a new drill and they ask for somebody to demonstrate. You watch how some girls will slide their way back a couple spots and how some girls just step to the front, like, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And you watch how some girls will stop and tie their shoe or grab a water bottle or, stretch or turn around or, right? Like, when a professor goes to call on somebody in class and then you like look away so they don't make eye contact with you, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And they talked about she never did that. She did just the opposite, where she's like, all right, let's get on with this. I'll go first. I don't care if I screw up.
Yeah.
And not that was the only thing, but that was a huge determining factor where she didn't care if she made a mistake. She wanted to be the leader. And in the end, that was one of the big things where she had the confidence to make a mistake.
And that's so huge, especially in this day and age. Like, I mean, that these athletes are just insanely good. And it's about, making that mistake and learning from it and moving on to the next point. You have to do that in modern day volleyball now. It's just, the game is so fast, and move on to the next point and you just go.
And we don't, and they're like, we don't play in gyms of, 4,000. We need somebody who can play in a gym of 15,000 and not care about making a mistake.
Right.
That's where our end goal is now. And it made me think, and it's something that, again, nothing against parents. Parents are amazing, and we know they always have their best interests out for their kids. But that's something that's something that we put into part of the PPV, the analysis and the input, that can't go into, a ranking. And you can't explain that to a parent, and they'll never see it. And there'll always be an excuse for it, but it matters, right? And a coach gets that, and you can't put that on an evaluation like, hey, she's number 2 because she slides to the back of the line in the Under Armour Next Camp.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, and you can't put that on a high school evaluation. You just can't, right? Like, hey,
right.
Why do you have her as number 5 and prep whatever has her number 1 in the country? Well, they had her number 1 as a 12-year-old, but when you go to the NTDP, if you really watch, she never jumps to the front of the line, and this kid is kind of passing her.
Right.
But you know who does notice that? The U19 national coach.
Yep.
Right.
And that's what they're looking at. Yeah.
But you can't write that.
Right.
You can't write that about a 16-year-old. You know what I'm saying? But that does go into like a college evaluation. Does that make any sense?
Oh, 100%. I agree.
So that's the difference between a blank sites rankings and a college evaluation.
Yeah.
And so when they're looking, and honestly, and I don't even know who's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or who was on their short list, but I was like, hey, why? And they're like, it's that bulldog or that dog mentality.
Alpha mentality. Yeah.
It's like, so what? I shanked one. Who cares? I'm up. I'll go again. And I was Hunter Mitchell, who writes for Kentucky, our Kentucky site. Him and I were, I went to spring ball and watched Kentucky, and I'd been telling him like, hey, I'm telling you, I watched the setter in club, and she just is feisty. There's something about her, right? There's something about her that she's a better competitor. Like she is. She just will
Right.
not lose. And I don't know how to say it in volleyball terms, but O'Brien is just, I think she's better. And if she had committed to one of the schools, she would be ranked much higher. And they were doing drills in spring ball, and she couldn't get something right. And their assistant coach was like, we need to move on. And Cassie was like, no. Like, no. And the coach was like, we're moving on. She's like, no, not until I get it right. And that takes you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you got to just.
That's not in a prep whatever ranking. And not every 18-year-old can do that. And not that you should do that to every coach, but that's different, right? And
and that's what those coaches are seeing. Like they're seeing that.
That's why
they're definitely making note of that.
Don't care about anybody's rankings, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and I mean, that's what happens when girls come to try out for like, a team. I mean, I'm looking at like, yes, I would love that all-star, but at the same time, it's about the attitude and the dog in you and what you're wanting out of the program and your teammates and stuff like that. You see that all at tryouts. So these coaches are seeing that at these tournaments.
Yeah, and having to assume, and that's why they talk about when they go to a club, when they get to go run a college camp and work with somebody for a day, and like USA Volleyball, and they have to do something, they have to do a skill that they're not taught, at their club.
Mm-hmm.
How do they do it? And it's not even about the skill. It's about asking them to do something they're not comfortable with.
Right.
How do they act? Right? Because you're going to have to do new things in college, and how are you going to act? And it's this thing. But anyways, we digress. So so we go opposite hitter. We'll go through. We talked about Taylor Stanley and just the year she's had. Amazing. She probably went from elite, an elite red all the way up to gold, increased her vertical or three-step approach by over 3 inches, I think. A year that's not easy for a female to do in a year. Incredible. And we talked Sarah Hickman going to Stanford. We're going to talk about Pinder. Coach will talk about her in her interview that we taped. Taylor Bruce was one of those Georgia recruits, just another huge potential.
So excited for them, Georgia.
Yeah. Messina Ogebechi, Harvard got 2 really good recruits, and of course they had the middle played with Legacy, and man, they have a really good recruiting class with their two athletes. So they're 2, but you may know Messina's older sister, who's playing in another school with red colors and having a pretty decent freshman year. So we'll go through that. And then setters, and there's Genevieve, our only diamond. And so she's the number 1 ranked setter for both last year. And then Blair and Isabel, they battled and been really, really close, I think. And that really, in those top 3, I don't know, this class, it just was who you asked. USA Volleyball for the last year and a half, I guess the national team had picked Harris and Hoppy, but T-Bod had got invited this summer to the national team with Harris, and Hoppy went on the older team. Matheny, again, that big time signage by Indiana, and then Victoriano, who we talked about. We talked to Brian about Christian Raina, nice spelling, Darren. Raina Christensen, and Izzy Ashburn talked glowingly about her today, and Creighton is all in. That's the franchise, right? That's the franchise we named her today. So Jillian McCarty, and Jillian McCarty was one of the athletes that left in the coaching change at Michigan State. So I think she's out of Florida, and I think she has the opportunity to be a really solid setter. Now, she's in the Big Ten, tough place to cut your teeth, but she, just was a solid club setter. I like her. She's got a lot of growth to do to be legit in the Big Ten, but I like her, and I thought it was a great late decommit and then signed for Oregon. Zora Bello is Houston Juniors program and
staying local.
Oh yeah, and going to Rice, and great athlete. She was on the short list of about 5 different schools. She's got a younger sister coming up in the 28s, one of the top 5 or 6 outsides in the 28 class. Emma Keeping, we talked to Emma today, and then you were gone, but we talked with Sydney. So we had Sydney as the number 10 and talked about all her different options, but she picked American University, and great story there. So there's our setters in this class, and is that where we go? And last thing, we'll talk about our All-Americans. We'll announce that Thursday. And I just want to explain to everybody that's listening in, we do our All-Americans different, of course we do. But so again, when we do it, we try and take partiality out of it. So we don't vote. Here's how we do we have 36 All-Americans, and it is the top 36 PPV, the highest 36 evaluated PPV athletes in the class. The first 6 are first team, the next 12 are second team, and then the next 18 are third team. And so that's what we've done for the last 2 years. So there's no voting. There's no she should be, or she should be. It's right down the row. That is how we do it. Again, we tried to take partiality out of it, and so we cut it off at the top 36, and that's all our All-American teams. But we'll announce those starting on Thursday, and our Player of the Year, and announce that on the website. And so we'll do that. And again, we've had everything, and Eric's donated his time and with the site, and it's our 3rd year now of doing this. We don't have sponsors for this, so if you'd like to make a donation to VB Adrenaline for doing this, again, like I said, I think we're the only volleyball, any kind of media company that's done this. If you'd like to make a donation, you can do it on the website, Friends of VB Adrenaline. We appreciate it. By no means do you have to, but it does help keep us going. We appreciate it. So you can do that on the website. There's a donate link, and appreciate anything, but by no means do you have to. It's just a fun day for us. So Eric, before we listen to Coach, we'll come back. What have you learned today coming on and just listening to some of the coaches talk?
It's actually really it's like a full circle moment. Like I said, I've never done this before. I was always hidden behind graphics and social media, so this was big for me to finally make a face of women's college volleyball nerds, because I really didn't, at this time I wasn't thinking of it. But when you reached out and we connected, I was like, you know what? Why not? The sport's growing. Why not help it grow? Why not give our opinions and like what we do and like what we specialize in? Why not add it to what this great momentum you already have going? So why not? And so here we are. But yeah, it was very eye-opening to hear their insight, because we have all the speculation. You see the group, you see the chats, you see Volley Talk, you see the websites, you see the comments, and we never the fans never truly understand what these coaches are thinking and doing, and the whys and the who's and the wants and everything. Just the new cap, the funding cap and all that. It's just wow. It's a lot that people aren't seeing. They're seeing a record, or they're seeing wins, and they're seeing losses, and these people going in the portal. And it's like there's so much more behind it, and there's so much personality, that each one of the coaches we spoke to today were totally different. And it was so intriguing to see, and talking and seeing them talk and hearing them talk, and then watching these games. I'm like, I just see it translate with their teams, because I follow very close with a lot of these teams. So it's very eye-opening, and I think it's really good insight in like what you're doing for these these young ladies that are dreamers, that want to go to this next stage and be that 1%, that less than 1% of future college athletes. And it opens their eyes, because I'm sure they're going to be hearing and seeing, I want to play for Kentucky. Let's go look at this video. Or I want to go play for, Michigan State. Let's go look at this video. You know what I mean? For the Creighton's and stuff like that. It's just really cool and eye-opening to get their insight. And by us asking these, these tough questions, it's very eye-opening. So it was really cool. I'm thankful for the opportunity, and hopefully we can do it again. But yeah, it's just been so awesome.
Yeah. Well, and hey, I make a lot of mistakes, right? And we do all the time, but we try and keep it real for the athletes, because I also know, and I've been on the other side of it, January, they're going to show up and it's a real world. And I don't want them looking back and being like, hey, that adrenaline guy lied to me. No, I'd rather be the one that was real with them and be like, hey, that guy told me this can be tough. I don't want to be the Duckies and Bunny, that painted everything like a big old ice cream cone. And, because January comes and it's tough. It's tough. Otherwise it wouldn't be 1%, it'd be 50%. Right. And that's why the chat rooms, and when you do get to meet real people, you're like, puts a human side to it. Like, but yeah, you get to meet coaches and this is a fun day, but there's also questions like you said, they're going to have 5 outside hitters next year. What do they do? Like, that's stuff that keeps me up at night. I just started asking 4 years ago, like, hey, what are you going to do? And sometimes you get answers, and sometimes they tell you to go shove off, and that's okay. Yeah, right. And that's okay. And then that makes me ask even more. But it grows the sport, right? And there's a right way to do it, and we need more things like this. And then somebody will figure out like how to actually run a live stream and do cool graphics, and then they'll top me, and then an actual station will be like, let's get that weird old guy off here and let's actually put this on a volleyball station. And then it'll get bigger and bigger. And that's how you grow this. But the athletes deserve it, and the sports deserve it. And the sport just won't get where it needs to go unless somebody starts doing this and thinking big. And I don't know. signing day is just a cool thing. And what we need to do now, and where I still think volleyball misses the boat, is the lower 75% of the programs, right? And I understand how many people watch Nebraska, and I get it. They're really popular. The problem is, what do we do with Emma's program, right? Like, you know, we gotta make money with 200 and some D1 programs, and you gotta boost them up and make them profitable. And Nebraska's fine.
They're doing just fine, yeah.
Yeah, and Texas is fine. But all we do is show stats on 4 programs, and it's like so many things are like the Wizard of Oz, right? Like, what really happens behind the curtain, though? You know, like, I don't need to see another Nebraska volleyball. How many people watched? What happened? How about, and not even negatively, but like, what happened when NC State played Wake Forest? Is that match up from last year? Not to make fun of those programs, but is it up from last year? Did that grow? Did it grow over 2 years? Okay, good. And how are we marketing to them? How are we marketing those programs? What are we doing as a volleyball community? Because they need to grow. And are we focusing, because all these preseason events, and we're right in there, we're trying to host as well. And what are we doing? You know, I've been going for 2 years and taking notes on how people are running these things, and everybody wants to talk about Nashville. Yep, Nashville sold out. It sure did. Kentucky played Nebraska. And then 30 minutes after Nashville and Kentucky and Nebraska were done, Tennessee was playing. And guess how many people weren't there? 40% of the stadium was gone.
Yeah.
And that was in Nashville, Tennessee. You know, like,
yeah,
that's my thing, is what are we doing?
Yeah. And I feel like the sport is growing and it'll continue to grow. And
yeah,
and by us doing these kind of things and what we do is just only helping. So
yeah, but don't just not only talk about 2 schools, because otherwise you're going to have 2 schools. Right. But with that, but one, and we will end with this, I want to show the interview we have, and you want to talk about a program that is growing and is popular, and has been raising some chaos in the ACC, SMU, and had a chance early this morning talk with Coach Sam, head coach at SMU, and her program and her class, and what she's doing, and we'll take a listen to that, and she'll talk about her class here real quick. So let's listen to Coach Sam Erger and talking about SMU's class of 2026 here. Okay, hey everybody. Now we're joined next by Coach Sam Erger from SMU. And Coach, great to see you again and talk with you. And you're good to be an old pro at this, and another great class in the top 20 nationally. Again, you're putting together consecutive classes that just keep getting better and better at SMU. And congratulations, first of all. But I know you have put an emphasis on the hometown, Dallas emphasis on that hometown, but your brand is spreading nationally. and evidence with Elle, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Talk about recruiting as you've been there now a couple of years. What are you seeing with the SMU brand?
Yeah, well, when we first got here, we were a mid-major team. We were still Dallas's team, but not playing in a power conference. And as a volleyball program, I think the previous coach handed the baton off well, but we hadn't risen to a consistent ranked team nationally with, as you're saying, national pull. So we've been on this climb. We won a conference championship in the American Conference, and in the last 2 seasons, we've broken into the rankings. I think we're now on maybe week 24 or 25 in a row of being ranked, and we've had our highest season, our highest ranking ever this year. I think we got up to number 7 maybe. So just SMU as a brand is on the rise, as a school, certainly our volleyball program as well.
So talk about, as with this class, as we're here to focus on, it's hard when you're in the middle of the stretch run of a season and then to stop and talk about a recruiting class. But let's talk about this class with your 2 that you're bringing into the fold. And
not hard at all to stop and talk about them. We're excited. The season is going well, but we're always excited about the talent that we're bringing in, and easy to love on them and talk about them. So Vari Pinder, one of the hometown kids, and you nailed it. We do want to win Dallas. I feel like we could only recruit Dallas kids and shut the border around Dallas and compete for a national championship. And we say that to put the respect on Dallas juniors volleyball that it deserves. I think it's the best juniors volleyball in the country. Everybody recruits out of Dallas. And we want some of those hometown kids to feel excited about representing their city and being role models for the young, girls of their own city. So that's where we're going with that. But that by no means is to say that we don't want to bring in and have a national reach as well. So that would be Elle Vandeweghe from California, Marymount High School, really storied program there. And she's a great player, 6'5" middle. We're wanting to bring in some of that physicality and size. And not only does she have that, but she's smart and an intelligent player, very savvy, and her agility and polish as a player has started to connect and catch up to the physicality that she's had for a few years. So 2 really high flyers, to be honest. Vari is a high flyer, and Vari is really versatile. She can play outside, she can play right side. We'll, train her as a pin, but she's played middle for Dallas Skyline. So she's done it all, and we're really excited about her ability to play multiple positions.
When I looked at the class and maybe evaluated the 2 prospects, I looked at, I overuse the term high ceiling, but with both of them, they have a high ceiling. And I do not mean this disrespectful at all, but are you at the point where you are still getting athletes that have a high ceiling? Both of them are very, very talented, but where you're at on the board, you are getting athletes that have that high ceiling, but they're also very talented.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the conversation around SMU has been our approach to building our program. And my job is to go win and put a great product on the floor that the city, the fans, and the school are excited about. And early on, we leaned into the portal to go get some immediate talent and, frankly, just to fill our roster. So, like when I first got here, there was 6 girls on the roster. So we had to do that. And to compete at a high level, when we then made that jump to the ACC, we have got to go get kids that are used to competing at this level. And so that was what we needed to do. And I'm not saying we won't still do that, but as we've grown our volleyball brand and proven that we can win at a high level and that we are an exciting place to play where recruits want to be, we are now resonating with some of the best talent out of the high school ranks, which we weren't at first. The best players out of high school were not saying yes to SMU. And I think Vari and Elle are a great example of 2 really, really good high school players that had many options and said, I want to play for SMU.
Absolutely. And I know you can't talk about the next class, but that shows year in, year out where you're
Yes,
doing that ladder.
exactly.
And it shows even more in the 27 class that you can't talk about, but I can.
Yeah, frankly, we just want to get the best talent regardless of how we get it. I don't care where you're coming from, portal, international, hometown. And every team wants that. You just want the best kids and the best people you can find.
Right. And what you guys are doing is getting that talent, training that talent, and then winning with them, which means the whole prestige, your prestige as a program is growing every year, meaning whatever talent you have, you're winning with it and you're doing the right things. And everybody takes that so personally, but you are what you are, but you're growing every year, meaning you're doing the right things.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't take it personal at all. I really don't think it's a knock to say we're a portal program or a high school. Again, I don't care where they come from. And a portal player is not any less of a human being or a player or worthy of a great experience than a kid out of high school. And I'm so excited about these two out of high school that we're talking about today. I think that they will be phenomenal Mustangs. We cannot wait to get them in here. And when you're competing, it doesn't matter where your teammate came from. No one cares about that.
Talk about Pinder a little bit and the strengths of her game. Obviously, you said high flyer and
super high flyer.
My IQ is extremely low, so I generalize and I say extremely athletic, but that's what I think of as her verticality. Educate me a little bit more on it's got to be more than that. So educate me more than just her being an extremely great athlete. But I think when I watch, I think explosion off the ground.
Yeah, I think that she'll be super explosive, and what we're excited about is the ability to pass and play on a pin. And you don't see that as much in club from her because she hasn't been called upon to do that on a very talented team where there's the pin depth is there, but she does have that capability that she can pass and hit outside and play opposite and left, and to have a left side that I think can go challenge Natalia Newsome for how high she's touching is going to be lethal, So for the viewers out there, Natalia Newsome's touching 11 feet. I have no doubt in my mind that we can get Vari there. No doubt. Vari is maybe even more explosive. So we could probably field the track team with the team that we're going to favor Natalia, Vari. I mean, these girls, and what's fun about that is Vari actually will compete with track and field here at SMU as well. So that just speaks to her versatility. And I love that multi-sport athlete mindset. And super smart and talented. In all of our summer camps, she's one of the best on the floor every summer, so we're just super excited to get her in our gym and start training her.
And then Vandeweghe, I had talked to you about when I saw her, I guess, commit year, I had just talked about, I use the term high ceiling because, she had the height, but the development maybe wasn't there. And then I saw her in Vegas this fall, and I'm like, oh my goodness, the difference you saw. And she is dominating prep because of the physicality that she's starting to grow into. And I'm like beast mode when I looked at her now.
Well, and she's doing NTDP too. So she's doing stuff with the national team, the training there. And that is, a program that's looking for, they're evaluating talent, right? And trying to and so that just tells you all you need to know about her is that she's been evaluated to be one of the best in the country and go through that pipeline. And her size, her physicality, her intelligence, she's doing a ton of beach out there. And she's playing at a great high school, a great club, SCVC. So we're excited to get that size that we haven't had yet. And I think that size coupled with what we can do, developing athletes in the weight room, and that's unique at SMU. I think we're very good at that. Imagine Natalia Newsome if she was 6'5". So they're not exactly the same, but we will, I think, be able to take Elle to the next level athletically. And so I think that she'll be a force in the ACC, and like you said, already dominating, and we expect her to do the same here. I fully believe she will be dominating in the ACC when she gets her opportunity.
Yeah, she was one of those that I looked and I knew about her, but then you see her and I just couldn't get her off my brain all year. Like I
Well,
wanted.
she can hit every set too. We love that about her. Like, she can hit the slide, she can run in front. So some middles are more M2. It can only go off 2 feet, one foot. She can do all of it. That's rare to find a middle that can do really great off 2 feet, really great off 1 foot. And I don't think it's out of the question to train her as an opposite. I really think she's another versatile player, and we will see where she shines the most. But at SMU, we train everybody to do everything anyways, and she'll get plenty of looks doing both. So we are excited about her.
Yeah, well, you guys keep building. I know you said you're in that November kind of doldrum, banged up, dinged up, like everybody is out there. But I wanted to show you. I don't know if you could see this, but this sign in my office, Coach.
Love it.
I think of you,
Aw.
you and I think we have that same mantra. You guys at SMU, you've been doing that, and that chip you guys have there, and I cheer from you. I love what you're doing, and I love the enthusiasm that you do it with. Your press conferences, well, you battle
How
through
can I
kids.
not? I have one of the best jobs in the coaches have the best jobs in the world. No, and I don't see any coaches doing this, but none of us have anything to complain about. We get to coach a game and mentor, young women for a living.
All right, so that was Coach earlier today, and it's right. They got athletic and brought in too, and when you're adding to it, that's what they need to do.
Yeah, SMU is just they're SMU. I love it. They have just came in and just as she stated mid-major, and now here they are. She's doing great things, and she's turned Dallas into this huge mecca, which has already been huge for club, but now it's just there. So
and she's right. I mean, it's the hotbed of prep or club volleyball. So getting them and what they have in 27 is exactly right with a top local outside and a top Midwest opposite that come in and fit that exact same mold she's talking about. So she has it rolling, and she doesn't need to make excuses for everybody, but she does. I love her press conferences, and she has a ton of excitement, and she's just Sam, and good for her. But they're rolling, and she just stacks athleticism on athleticism and athleticism. But Vandeweghe, seeing her a year ago until now is vastly different. And I mean, we have her, I think, 9th. She should be higher. She should have made a bigger jump with her. We should have given her, I think, even a bigger jump with her PPV. And she just 6'5", 6'5.5", and she tore people up at that at the Vegas tournament when I saw her earlier this fall. And Omenuri, Kendall Omenuri, who will be going to Nebraska next year. I thought when they matched up, definitely different type players. But I loved what Vandeweghe did, and consistently the entire tournament. So she's, I think they'll expect her to come in right away and
impact for sure,
contribute. So,
and that's what's cool. Again, yes, it could be like the portal team, whatever you want to. Who cares? But like they're at this point recruiting these top athletes, and it's just going to continue and grow and grow and grow. And I'm excited for what Sam is doing. It's just
and she has to defend that. Why does she have to defend that? She's the only. So SMU is the only team in America that has several players from the portal.
Right.
Why does she have to defend herself for getting kids out of the portal? Because she was good at it?
Yeah.
What? So she's better at it than everybody, and why does she have to defend that she has, boosters that support her and have money? Who cares? Do we want to start? Where's that top 25 list? Should we start going through those teams that have boosters that give a lot of money? Guess what? Can we get that Big Ten list out again, please?
Please.
Or maybe it's just, maybe it's just that it's a female that didn't play in, for a blue blood program, right? Maybe she didn't play for the right coach growing up, and she's, and that's ruffling some feathers, and she wasn't cut from the right cloth, and so that's rubbing people the wrong way. So
right.
I think that's a little bit more it than than other things. So I just do a heck of a job. So isn't there a team of the Big Ten that has several transfers on their team? And
a few teams, actually.
Yeah. And I think they go pretty deep in December, right? Yeah. We're not ripping them. Yeah. Plus, her press conferences are a lot more fun.
So, yeah. I love watching her and hearing her talk.
Yeah. They're not like paint dry. Anyways, that's another reason why I get in trouble all the time. But yeah, so yeah, good for her. Plus, the other thing they find is like her players will go to war for her because she does have that fight for them, in there, and she's proven it. But people there at SMU love her. They're all behind her, and she's got resources for sure. So I don't think they're going anywhere. But she's making that ACC a little more interesting. That might be it. Maybe they don't like it. Another team in the ACC that's competitive. But anyways, so well, you know what? We eclipsed our goal, 4 hours 6 seconds. My rear end hurts, so yeah. We should do it. But Eric, I appreciate it, and but for everybody that is tuned in, we are going to have some write-ups, some recaps will be on the website. Love for you to subscribe. We will start cracking in. We'll introduce everybody. We're going to introduce everybody to our new evaluator. Starting tomorrow or Friday, we'll introduce you and let you know our new plan. You're going to like it. Speaking of Duck Nation and Matt Ulmer, he has a close connection with both that program and with Matt. And so excited for what we're going to be rolling out that way. And we'll get word out on that and make our evaluation process, which when people understand it, I feel like it is already the best in the business. It's going to be even more solid, and start evaluating even more kids, and we'll keep cracking on the 27s and 28s, but we will have write-ups on the class of 26 on some of the teams that had the best classes, some of the teams recruiting with fire, 10 teams that had a great year. We'll also do a recap on updates on the 27 classes and a domino effect that we didn't get time to talk about, but we're going to do an article on a domino effect that everybody should be on the lookout for with a pretty popular setter in the portal that we think is going to trigger a domino effect through college volleyball, but it's also probably going to affect some of these setters that might have just committed today. So some insight like that on the website coming up. And anyways, but closing words, Eric, tell everybody who may be listening about your site and what you guys kind of specialize in and what they can look for from you guys, because if I do read anyone, it is your site is by far the most accurate and respectful, I would say.
Yeah, so again, started a while back now on Facebook. It was a little Facebook group, and it's just grown over the years. We have moderators that monitor it religiously to make it respectful and tasteful. Our name, Women's College Volleyball Nerds, it's literally what it is. When I talk about like volleyball nerds, I mean it. The name means it. It speaks for itself. You have very educated folks in the group, prior coaches, players, former players with like real raw insight on the game and how it's developed and where it's came from and whatnot. So then that, it just kept growing and growing. And then we brought it to like, mainstream social media. So we created the Facebook group, the page, and then the Instagram and the Twitter or X now. And, we have a committee now that does seedings and national plays of the year, players of the weeks, rankings, and, so forth. And again, like you said, there's other sites that just do things differently, and you just, you don't agree, you agree, whatnot. There's a lot of things that we don't agree with, with certain polls and stuff like that, that just doesn't make sense. So that's why we created that, to give it another outlet on like, and perspective on what we see. Cause yeah, it's just, there's nothing wrong with that. And it's just really fun. So we have all that data. We do a lot of infographics as well throughout the week, and just random things that I think of. I'm like, I got an idea. And I'm like, okay, let's look up that stat, or what is that doing? Or, hey, what is that team doing? So it's really cool. Again, growing the game, bringing recognition is the ultimate goal here. And we're passionate fans. Are like, it's volleyball enthusiast network for the fans, by the fans, because again, we're a bunch of fans. But again, we have a lot of history and insight on the game. So
yeah, well, what I respect and like the most about yours is you guys keep it clean, and you keep respectful. There isn't the vitriol and the absolute ripping of people like on the other one, right? and you can be fans, you can be passionate and have opinions without, ripping somebody and tearing them completely down. And you guys do a nice job of, your moderators do a very, very good job. And if somebody gets out of control, that's taken care of very quick, and that's appreciated, where people can go on and not have to put up with the other out of control stuff. So
yeah, and that happens all the time. And like, we got to remove people, and then like we're getting threats of like, it's just like, this is exactly the reason why you're removed from the group. We're here to enjoy the game. We're passionate about the game, but have respect for people. That's what's great about, where we live. You have the right to an opinion and a view. So respect it, and or move on. If you don't like it, move on. Yeah. And that's what we love. We love all the fans, they're all welcome. So yeah, it's a fun little network we have going.
Yeah. Well, it's, I'm glad that I reached out. You helped so much with this, and I got a feeling we'll be communicating quite a bit more, and
definitely
hopefully adding a little content from you and getting your insight with some stuff. And I know you would add to our experience, and a little bit more about what we do, and the coaches seem to like your stuff. You can be that connector, I think, a little bit between the communities. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. And everybody, we're gonna sign off now, and I'm gonna get up and stretch a little bit. But to the class of 2026, you guys were awesome. Now your work begins. You are college athletes, and go get to work, pat yourselves on the back and get to work. You are the 1%ers. And that is one heck of an accomplishment. But it's time to work harder than you ever have before, because now it's a job, and a job that you're very fortunate to have, but it is a lot of work ahead and can be a memories of a lifetime, but it will be a lot of work. We're excited to follow you wherever you might go. And again, it doesn't matter the level, it doesn't matter the conference, it doesn't matter the program. You've made it. And it's farther than 99% of the people that ever play your sport will go. No matter where you chose, you've made it, and you should feel great about that. And parents, you should feel great about that as well, because you towed them to all those practices, all those events all over the country. So to the class of 2026, we're going to sign off and say congratulations. This has been the VB Adrenaline Signing Day Central, and we will see you next time.